whole program revolves around. Because if you understand basically how Google makes money and how they solve problems for people, and from an advertising perspective, then you can figure out, hey, you know, I could be interested in this. I could be good at this. If you're good at it, then you can build a career out of it. And you know, you can. There's a huge shortage for this skill sets out there, and I highly encourage you, you know, to seriously take it up. But again, what I'm going to cover is just going to give you an idea whether it's something that you like to do or not, right? So, what I'm going to cover in the next 2 days is basically give you some context as to there's an exam you have to take, and so how the process works is essentially you have to pass 2 key exams, or rather 3. Basically, you need to do 2 exams. Sorry, one is the Google Adwords Fundamentals, which we're covering today and tomorrow. So after that, it sort of culminates in an exam on day after tomorrow. Is that correct? Okay. So you're prepared to take the exam. So so that's the first exam you have to do, and then there's another one. One paper which is called the advanced search. So basically the 2 stages. One is the basic stuff, which is the fundamentals, and then there's one of the advanced stuff that you do. I think it's display that we're going to do, is it correct? There's display and there's advanced search. So either one you can take. As long as you pass these 2 stages, so one, it doesn't have to be in sequence. You can, as long as you have these 2, you get certified by Google as a qualified AdWords qualified individual, and I think that entitles you to go for the, if I'm not mistaken, the careers fair or something, right? So so why do we have this little exam? It's again to just sort of test people and get them certified so that, you know, they have a basic qualification and then they understand how Google's products actually work, and Google's advertising products. And then that's the basic requirement that you can apply to most people in the industry. So like, so you guys are business graduates or IT or? So anybody here can code, like can write software and stuff like that? So any marketing?
How many of you IT students, raise your hand? IT.
So IT, so you can code, right? Don't be shy.
Okay, marketing students.
Marketing, okay. And so business?
Business students.
Right. So yeah. Yeah, okay, so it's a good mixture. So, so like, I'll just start by saying there's no real advantage whether you are IT or not, just because Google doesn't make a difference. So I'll explain to you why, and when you see it, it's really one of those interesting kind of jobs where you actually fuse your knowledge of technology with business, with marketing, right? And so, it's also very data oriented. So if you like numbers, and it makes things like marketing like a science, right? So if you do X, you get Y. And so with predictability, you get results. So what I'm going to give you an idea is how people use Google's tools to get customers for their business. And that's how Google makes money. So how does Google make money? Does anyone know? Sorry? Advertising. So what we're going to cover, so Google has tons of products, right? So what do you, when you think about Google, what do you think about firstly? The search engine. Anything else? Gmail, yeah. Anything else? YouTube, yeah, YouTube belongs to Google. Anything else? Google Drive, anything else? Google Maps, Google Phone and Android and all this stuff all belong to Google, right? So, so Google has now restructured its company to one where Google itself, which is the advertising platform, is only one of the companies that's now been holding company renamed to. Does anyone know the name of a new Google holding company? Alphabet, good stuff. You guys are Google fans, right? So Alphabet now owns Google, which is the advertising platform, and it owns other stuff, which is like, you know, this driverless cars and self-driving cars and stuff like that, Android, and all these other businesses they parked under it. So what we're going to cover is Google's primary or main source of revenue. So The last time I checked, Google's revenues were probably like 60, 70 billion, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, I could be like 2 years late. But out of that 70 billion US dollar revenue, guess how much comes from advertising? Sorry? Pardon? Yeah, like 90% like 90%. Like a ton, most of the money that Google makes comes from advertising. And that's what we're going to study today, right? And so if you look at what sort of, how disruptive the technology has become, then you can understand how important this core skill is, because this is a core skill that you can have that is transferable across any sort of industry where you need to get customers. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the traditional technology companies that were around, say 10 years ago, where people like Oracle and SAP and all these people, they will focus on using software to cut costs, right? So you got business gadgets, you know, cut costs. So you get higher profitability. But now, things like Google and social networks like Facebook and stuff, whatever else, all these advertising platforms, you can get customers with automation and all these different advertising platforms. So you can actually use it to make money, right? For people or yourself, or where it is. So people like, do any of you buy things online? That means you all have a credit card. Lucky you. So if you buy things online, can you tell me a little bit how you would normally go through that process? So tell me an example of stuff that you buy. Handphone, all right. So if you talk about handphone, what can you explain to me from the beginning until how you found out about that product until the point where you actually paid for it? What are the different steps you go through, and how many days did they go through, and what's the process like? What's the buying process like when you start? Well, to start with, where do you first discover that product? Online. So Google, right? So Google, what's in the Google search? So what would you key into Google the search engine? Me Malaysia. It's a kind of phone, is it? So you already know that what kind of brand it is that you want, right? Is that correct? Yeah. So some people do that. Some people like don't know. Like for me, I probably don't know what brand to buy, so I'm just going to key in like cheapest handphone in the market, or cheapest smartphone in the market, or something, right? And then there'll be results that come out right. So the results, then where do you click on? What's the thing you click on? You click on the thing that comes up the first on top, or you scroll down to the next 3 pages and you click on the first one, right? So you click on the first. So the first one could be a piece of information tells you, hey, you're looking for an MI phone, whatever it is, and you click on it. What happens after that? You click on it. You go to their website, right? Name me their website, likely to be, what's a good gadget website around? Okay, so yeah, so basically it could be Lazada or whatever it is, all these other websites, right? So you could click on Lazada, so Lazada will then go to the website, and then you go to Lazada, and then you sort of search for in the search engine. So you do something like this, right? So you go in there. So is that Malaysia? Is that correct? Is that what you key in? Sorry, I can't spell. Okay, so Xiaomi, right? So there is so you click on this thing here, right? So the first one that comes up. So you click on a Google search result, and then you land on the page, and then you check out individual pages like that. So you click here. Okay, that's interesting. And well, maybe I'll click on the buy now button, right? But do you normally sort of buy immediately? No, you probably go somewhere else and you search again. You find like me model. So you may see which this model. You search for the model, and then you probably check. Oh, it's $79. So you go to Google again, and what you do, you key in sort of the Mi earphones or something like that, right? So you go shop, you go somewhere, lay long or something, and then compare. And then after a while, you come back again. Then only you buy, right? So so I'm trying to tell you is there is that customer acquisition process that you have to understand. And Google can allow you to put your message in all those different parts of the funnel. which I'll explain to you how Google does it. So, right, so I'm going to start off with some slides. Okay, so today and tomorrow we're going to do Google Fundamentals, which basically is really about the search engine marketing part of the business, right? And then tomorrow we're going to continue with that. And we're going to run through some questions as well, so you have an idea how the exam looks like. So if you really, the first thing I want to kind of get up front here is like the exam is really, really hard. I'm not kidding you, it's really hard, right? So even for professionals, sorry, I don't know why my computer just died, but like even for people who are in the industry, it's actually quite challenging for them. So, but doesn't mean that you can't do it, right? You know, it's just a matter of understanding, just like any exam, understand what the questions look like. Of course, we can't give you the answers, but that you have an idea how it's like, and you understand the basic principles. So there is no point memorizing stuff, right? It's really just understanding how the concept works, and then understand how the questions will come out, and then I'm pretty sure you guys are smart enough to pass the exam. Just give me a sec, I'm not sure why my computer, okay, so it's, yeah. Okay, so what I want to do is highlight to you that today I may go through the slides, but I'm just going to give you some exercises to do as well, alright? And I'm not going to go through every single slide, because if I go through every single slide, you're just going to fall asleep, right? So I'm going to give you some tasks to do, and then also, obviously complement it with some slides. But what you guys need to do is, have you all signed up into this Google Partners page yet? Yes. Right, so you go here, you see all this little courses here, right? So for you to pass the exam, in addition to this one-on-one thing, you guys have to read all this stuff here. Watch the videos and read the stuff. And you have to, you gotta do it again. Like, you gotta read all this. After I go through this, then when you watch all these videos, it's a lot easier for you to understand. Okay? So I'm only gonna cover maybe the key things, right? But you're gonna go in there and watch all the videos so you have a deeper understanding, and then you will pass the exam. I'm pretty certain you will, if you actually watch the videos. If you're lazy and you're like, I don't have time, and screw this, I have better things to do, then you're not going to pass the exam, right? So, so the thing is, even if you don't pass the exam on Friday, it's okay. You can treat it as like a trial exam, and you can take 7 days, and you'll within 7 days to do it again, right? And that's fine, because adults who work don't pass the first time too. All right, so treat it as an exercise. Even if you don't pass, try to pass the first time if you can, but if you don't, try again, right? So treat it as like a mock exam. So if you do pass, then awesome. If you don't, then just treat the mock exam. And the passing mark is, do you know what a passing mark is? 80% for Adwords Fundamentals, right? So 80% is something that usually people get A's for. This is the passing mark. Okay, so if you get 79, you kind of like, oh, sorry Google, one more mark only. You still don't pass, right? Okay, so it's highly important that whatever I cover today, you have to go through the videos in here, and you have to you gotta study for exam, hear all these videos, and watch every single one of them. Okay, so if you want to go take the exam on Friday, then you have to, when you go back today, I suggest, if you are not too tired, just watch some of the videos and then go to sleep, and then tomorrow watch more videos, and just make sure you cover all the videos, right? And then I'll run through some of the exams questions with you. Okay, so let's start right now. So as you know, Google has Google's advertising product. It's called, what's it called? What's Google advertising product called? Sorry, Google AdWords, right? So Google AdWords is the platform that you'll be using, and everyone here has their own computer. Yes? Have you guys signed up with your own Google account? Google AdWords account? You all have your own Google AdWords account? Okay, so we're going to go into Google AdWords after and do a little bit, a couple of exercises, right? So Google AdWords is the platform that you will be using, and one of the awesome things about Google AdWords is that you can reach people at the precise moment. So you be in front of people who are searching for your product. So basically, Google AdWords, if you don't mind me, I just sit down. Google AdWords has two different types of advertising objectives. One is when people search for stuff, like, you know, when you're looking for the phone, right? And then you have the other one called the Google Display Network, which shows you banners across different websites, like YouTube and mobile apps and stuff like that. And you see these ads that come up, and then you click on it, and it's like, oh, okay, I didn't know this. So they inform you of stuff. So that's what I call interruption marketing. That means if you're not searching for it, or you didn't know this thing existed, the thing comes out in front of you to tell you that this thing exists, right? So very much like the newspaper, which I think none of you will read anymore. Okay, so it's two different kinds of advertising, right? So when you're searching for something, you're normally solving an informational problem. Is that correct? So you're looking for a plumber, you're looking for a dentist, stuff like that. So you can then approach Google and say, hey, when someone keys in the word dentist in Subang Jaya, I want to put my ad in front of the guy, so when he sees it at, you know, during working hours from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. or 4:30 p.m., I want to be shown, and only I want to show to someone who's looking for it with the words saw a dentist in Subang Jaya. Right? You can even limit to say, you know, I don't even want to target people in KL, because people in KL don't really care about going to dentist in Subang Jaya, right? I mean, why don't go come away to Subang Jaya? Just keen like a Morning Kiara dentist or something. So you can then target people based on their location, based on their IP address, what time it is, right? And what keywords they're searching for. So it becomes very, very precise, right? So, and the good thing is you can also control the budget at any time. So if for example, if you're Pizza Hut, if you're the marketing manager for Pizza Hut, and you're in charge of the P&L, do you know what a P&L is? A profit and loss account, right? So you obviously have to manage the business. How are you going to increase your deliveries? So do you have an idea of how much revenue Pizza Hut probably gets from delivery? Take a guess. I don't know, but a lot, right? It's like, it can be like half, you know, revenues. I don't know what it is, but no, seriously, there's a lot. That's why they have delivery, right? So if you want to increase revenues, then you have to kind of figure out how you're going to get people to order pizza. And so one of the key things Pizza Hut does is they want you to order online. They don't want you to call. Why? Business graduates. Is it easier for them to go online to it can be, I don't know, it depends on how well you do it, right? So one of the main reasons is because it's cheaper for Pizza Hut to do it. Because you don't have to hire people to answer the phone calls. Is that correct? And the good thing about ordering online is, like all these different websites like Lazada or whatever it is, you can measure it. You can measure using tools like, there's another very popular tool called Google Analytics that measures what happens on the website. So you know who, when, why, what, how this guy came and what they searched for and then they bought. Okay? So it's you can control the budget, the settings and stuff like that, and it's very measurable. And so because you're measurable, you can plan it well and you can predict your success rate. Okay? So if you buy an ad in newspaper, you can't track anything, right? Because you put an ad in newspaper, how much sales is that going to generate in my store? It's very hard to track, right? How would you track something that's offline, like a TV ad? And if you're a Pizza Hut restaurant, how do you know whether the ad works or not? Anyone? Marketing graduates? How would you do that? So if you're to study marketing, maybe you want to be a marketing manager or run your own business or something like that, right? So how would you measure if you're going to put dollars into a marketing campaign? How do you measure it? Sorry? Sales. Okay, so how would you know what you did generated the sales? Okay, compare before you put it ad. So what do you have, like 5 different types of campaigns going on during that period? How would you know whether it came from online or offline, or like maybe a celebrity sort of pushed it for you, or like something went viral or something? How would you know? It's pretty hard, right? So there are no ways, there's no exact way you can do it, but one of the things you can do is you start measuring things like, for example, use what they call online means. So like you can say, hey, if we measure online, you take this coupon, you go to the store, you can redeem it, and you can sort of have an idea whether the advertising works. Or you put a phone number and say that, you know, whoever watch the TV or watch the ad, saw the ad in the newspaper, they dial this number. And the online one will have another number, and you can see this all the number of phone calls come in. Hey, I know I spent like $1,000 online and I got 100 phone calls, but I bought this ad in this newspaper for $10,000 and you got like 5 calls. Obviously, the ROI is very obvious, right? So you cannot think of it like that. So the reason why I'm going through all this, I'm giving you an idea how businesses are being transformed by using tools like the internet. And the internet now is the technical term of the internet, so it means that you can go on, so-called online, through different devices, right? Is that correct? So if you can go on different devices and you can communicate with each other in different devices, that means businesses can communicate with their customers more efficiently through these means, right? So things like, how do you guys access information nowadays, online information? Do you have your mobile phone? How many devices do you all carry? 3, right? All right, some people have 1, okay? Which is usually quite rare. You have a notebook, you have 2 minimum, and you have like a smartphone, it's 2, and you have a tablet, sometimes you have 3. Sometimes you even have like a desktop, so, you know, like you can have 4 different devices, right? And you have like those wearable Apple Watches, you can like, you know, 6, I don't know, become this machine, right? So all this becomes a way for people to actually communicate with the user, and then you can entice them with products. Sounds sort of really sinister, but it's true, right? And so you can actually track individual user behavior and put them into a perspective where Google anonymously understands your behaviors and they put in the right message to people, and which I'll cover that later on. So that is covered in things like display advertising, where essentially, have you had this experience where you went to, the girls, where do you buy clothes? Where do you go? Which website do you go? Zalora? Okay, so have you been to, so you went to Zalora to look for stuff. Have you seen this crazily spooky ad that follows you around? Because you actually, like, click on that blouse, and it goes everywhere, right? It shows it to you in YouTube videos and stuff like that. How does it know that? How does Zalora spy on me? Right, so we're going to talk a little bit about that. That's what I call remarketing. It's using technology to figure out that you went to the website and you were interested in this product, and I can give you this ad that targets you because you were using the device, and I know it's you again. So they anonymously do that, and that's one of the technologies you can use for display advertising. So you can manage your campaigns that way. You can buy Google search ads, so you can buy Google display ads. So to give you an example, real life example here. And so let's say I went to well, maybe I go to Lazada or something like that. Maybe if you're lucky enough, I get shown a remarketing ad. So we'll go to Lazada. So I'm just going to click on this, something like that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is so if I go to a website like this, and I sort of read about what happened during the weekend, and like news, things like that. If I click here, what you see, this is an ad, right? Do you see this? So this is an example of a Google display ad. This is an example of a Google display ad. See this little ad choices thing here? Ads by Google. You see, this is a Google ad. Do you see that? So this is how this website, Malaysian Insider, earns money from someone. Oh, there you see, look, Lazada. Spooky, isn't it? Sneaky guys. Right. So, so you can see that I'm being targeted here. So this is a form of display advertising. And search advertising will be like what I showed, what you saw just now. So if I'm going to look at the Samsung Galaxy, I don't know what it is right now. So when you click out, you see this little ads that come here. So I'm looking for Samsung Galaxy. So this part here is called the organic search results. So people don't pay for this. They don't pay. The only thing that you see there is paid is this thing that says ad here. So how Google makes money for search. So just now what you saw was the display ad, but for search, you can buy this keyword, and if you sell Samsung Galaxy phones, then your ad can appear if you're bidding this keyword, or the kind of keywords that you want. And we'll go to a little more detail about that. So you would then click on this ad, and then you will go to the website, and then you can decide, see more information and stuff like that. So you get paid. How do you think Google charges for this? Sorry? Per click, right? So for search, it's per click, right? For display, you can also be per click like that, or by what they call by impressions, by 1,000 impressions. 1,000 times this ad actually gets displayed, or by click. Up to you which one. It's either or. Okay. So how would you then plan to use search or display? It depends on the customer journey, the customer process, the customer buying process. If the guy doesn't know you from Adam, so if it's like my mom wants to buy a phone, she doesn't know all this stuff, she's not as savvy as you guys, she's gonna go like phones for old people or something like that, right? Or like this cheapest phones, like less than 200 ringgit or something like that, and they're gonna find an ad, and if Zara puts in there, so I'm not sure whether they have phones for old people, but maybe there could be a market for it. Oh no ads. That's a business opportunity for you guys. So where the screens are bigger, and you're wearing glasses. Anyway, I'm just kidding. So like cheapest phones, cheapest smartphones or something like that. Okay. So this. Let's just a little tip here. So like if you put key in here, right? You see those little suggestions here. Those are usually ranked according to popularity in that country. Right, so cheapest smartphone, this is a plan, the cheapest smartphone, then so you probably see the results. So that no one's buying this keyword. But if let's say you set up an online store, and you do know you got Jalana, I don't know where you get from, China or something like that, you can get the cheapest phones in town guaranteed, then you buy this keyword. Right? So people click on it and they say, wow, this guy's really selling the cheapest. And you can sell stuff. So that's how you get a customer. Anyway, this using search is the kind of keywords that you key in. So if you want to go on Valentine's Day, you want to buy flowers for your girlfriend, so you key in flowers Malaysia or something like that, you see like, all these ads, right? Is that correct? So then you click on this and then you order, or you can even see these numbers here. You can even dial straight. You don't even have to click in there. You can just dial this number. If it's on a mobile phone, the number there, it goes straight to the phone number. So this is how Google search sort of works, right? and Google Display as well. So sometimes what you can do is you click on this ad here. Oh, I think I just cost them like 3 ringgit for clicking something like that. So for the love of God, don't simply click on people's ads. Because they have to pay for it, right? Now that you understand how it works, you know, it's going to be very painful. But if you lead on this website and then you travel and you left here, and if they will run another ad like Lazada, you can then flash them the ad to cast them to come back again. Right? Because no one buys, not many people buy it the first time around. That's usually how people buy online. Okay, so to give you an idea, this is how people go about advertising online. So that's what Google AdWords does. So I'm going to go back to the slides. Any questions so far? So I just showed you there's the search network and there's the display network that you see here. Okay, where you can go into YouTube and stuff. So yeah, let me show you the YouTube one. So if you how many of you guys go to YouTube watch videos? How many of you actually have the YouTube app on your mobile phone? I think most of you do. And on average, the average Malaysian spends about 20 over hours on online a week. Out of that, they spend about 6 to 7 hours watching videos, primarily on YouTube. So if you're a marketer, you know, YouTube is a pretty good channel to go for. And take a guess, like how many people actually access the internet via the mobile phone versus say your desktop or so mobile meaning tablet or phone. Take a guess in Malaysia, what's the average? You just have to look at yourself. How do you access the internet more on your mobile phone, or do you actually go use your computer more? Mobile, right? Yeah, about 60% of most website traffic come from mobile devices. And so mobile advertising is also a very big part, where it's search or display in online advertising, right? So if you look at this is a video ad, right? So it normally appears before you watch a video, and then you can skip the ad. So this is a form of display advertising, but it's called video advertising. Alright, so if you don't want to do this, so how you do is you generally pay when you finish watching it for over 30 seconds. We're going to cover more of that. If you don't want it, you can skip the ad. If it's below 30 seconds, the advertiser doesn't pay for it. If it's after 30 seconds, they pay for it. Okay, because they charge you by cost per view for this one. Don't worry, we'll cover more. I'm just giving you an introduction to how it works. And then you can see those little ads here, at the side here. So this is also an ad, so I click on it. So these guys have to pay. So I start clicking all these ads. So the transporter guys, the people who brought this movie is trying to market this movie, so you gotta watch the TGV, go TGV or Golden Screen Cinemas to actually watch it, right? So you watch it, yeah, so you click on it, so they're encouraging you to watch the preview. So you go buy tickets and you can call your girlfriend and boyfriend and think, oh, watch this movie, it's awesome, right? So that's how they do it. So these different ads, you can put different kinds of ad formats in here as well. Okay, so let me stop that and go back to the slides. So, so as a professional, what do you do? What can you do? Like, how can you make a living if you're going to pass this exam and you're going to work for a company that does all this stuff? So what kind of companies actually use online advertising? That means after this, you can get internship, you know which companies apply that. True or not? And these people pay a lot of money, if you're good, right? It doesn't matter what degree you come from, man. It's how good you get at it. It doesn't matter how many years you work at it. If you're good, they pay you a lot of money for it, right? So, your understanding of the product needs to be top-notch. And the only way you can do is you experiment with it. And some people do is they actually run their own campaigns for themselves, so that they set up their own blog and start driving traffic to it and sell things online and stuff like that, and practice stuff like that, right? So in essence, there's the search network, which you covered just now, and there's the display network. You can, you saw just now, the YouTube is one of, so YouTube is what I call a publisher. It's actually a publisher in the Google AdWords display network. Does anyone know if you are a website owner? Does anyone know a website owner? Do you run any websites? Do any of you own a blog or something like that? Any of you? No? Okay, you can actually make money from owning a blog if you like writing stuff. So you can put advertising on your website and allow people like us to buy advertising in your blog. And you can make money from it. So let's say you write a lot about how you can pass a certain kind of exam, or like you have a special skill that someone really wants. You write about it, people come. People, let's say I think someone was saying, I want to sell handphones or something like that. So you want to sell handphones, you can start a blog that just reviews handphones, and people go to your blog to check out stuff, to look at your reviews and stuff, and then you get ads there, they click on the ad, you get paid. Like, if it's $1 per click, you get paid like 60, 70 cents. And Google clicks 30 or something. Okay, so you can actually make money. So that is how the Google Display Network works. So the flip side of the program is called, does anyone know? AdSense. Absolutely right. Awesome. That's called Google AdSense. So if you're a publisher, you own a website, and you want to make some money out of it, you can sign up for the Google AdSense program. And the Google AdSense program allows you to put this code on the website, subject to certain criteria. It allows you to make money when someone clicks on it. Right? So, and on the Google AdWords will buy advertising on whoever's on the Google AdSense platform. Does that make sense? It means the other side, okay? So YouTube is a publisher, Malaysian Insider is a publisher. Which news sites do you guys go to? Foreign websites, don't read news anymore. I don't know. So I mean, there are all these websites around, like Chili Sauce and all this. Says.com or something like that. I don't know, all these websites, right? So I'm not sure whether they have advertising, but if they do, you can click on their ads, right? That's how they make money. So you can have Google product search and Google groups. You can put ads there. So if you run a Google group, so this is an example of a Google ad, which I already showed you. It's basically how it appears is an L shape, right? It's actually a U shape now. Sometimes you see at the bottom as well. So the first 3 positions usually are taken out, and you have to pay. How do you know which ad group comes first? Logically, how does that work? Sorry? Based on the keywords. So let's say if I buy the keyword Samsung Galaxy S6 or something like that, he buys Samsung Galaxy S6, and 5 other people buy the same keyword. So which one goes first? Pay more. Okay, one of the factors is you pay more. Okay, so we're going to come to that later on. So who goes first now? And so the person who does this for a living has to know how the product works, to optimize it so that the customer or your product gets shown first. So that's one of the skill sets. You got to understand how the technology works and apply that technology. And that's why you have the skill. So you can go, oh, I know how to make the ad go higher, right? So if you're not doing well, I can help you fix it, right? So that's the skill that you have. So if you're a customer, say you're Unilever or like so Lazada comes to you and say, hey, you're a pro, right? You're a Google AdWords certified individual. How can you help me sort my ads better so I can make more money and get my ads shown more prominently? So you can say, hey, what product you're looking for. Then you can look. Okay, here's the plan. These are the keywords you should buy. This is the amount you should bid. And when people come to your website, they don't buy it the first time around, you should be able to get them to come back again. So what I suggest is you buy a display ad that follows them around as well. And so that's one way you can target. Or you want to say, Lauya Forum, there's a section that talks about Samsung, special section on Samsung Galaxy. Place your ad there, and then you can target accordingly. And so that's what we're going to cover in the next couple of days. It's the skill set to use the targeting technology. So it's a fusion of understanding how the technology works and applying business skills to it and data analytics skills to it. Okay? Does that make sense? Right. So I'm going to give you an example how data will be pretty awesome to use in what Google already has. So if you key, so this is how the ad looks like. And there's always a headline, and then it tells you the ad is always in yellow, and the ones that are not in yellow are what I call the Google organic search results. Those you don't pay, those they naturally get ranked. And I won't go into too much detail, but how do you get yourself ranked without paying? That's what I call search engine optimization. That means Google recognizes your website through a whole bunch of factors, 200 over factors, and it thinks that your page is the most relevant based on the keyword that you searched. So the Google search engine without the ads, the Google search engine's goal, not the ads, just Google search, is to show the user the most relevant page. And how does it do that? It tries to figure out every single page out there what each page is talking about. Right? So for example, if you're looking for Samsung Galaxy S6, then your page needs to talk about the Samsung Galaxy S6 in a lot of detail. In sort of kind of format that Google actually reads. So how does Google actually give you all these results? So I'm gonna give you a little bit of background how Google actually works, so you understand better. Even though it's not advertising, but you should understand why you should buy advertising and when you shouldn't buy. So if someone tells you, why should I buy advertising because I've keyed Samsung Galaxy S6, why do I have to buy this ad? Why don't I just try to appear here in the news or like the bottom, like Samsung.com, gsbarana.com, T-Mobile and stuff like that. You know, so how do I get all this? This is what I call organic results. How do I get there? How do I get number one in this position? Alright? So it's really about the fact that this individual page from Samsung, Google actually knows that Samsung's website is about Samsung, and they are the most authoritative site that talks about Samsung. And how Google does that? So how does Google get all these results? Like how does Google get all these results? Where did you get it from? Sorry? How many times it was clicked? Could be, it definitely knows whether your website has been visited by people when they search for it. That could be one of the factors. I don't profess it. I'm just talking about a more fundamental approach, question. How does it even get data from this website anyway? Pardon? No, not in the words, but like how do they know like this page even exists? How does Google know? Is there like a call center somewhere where every time you create a website, you have to call the guy, excuse me sir, I actually created a website, submitted already, go check out Google. Does it do that? No, right? Automatically does it, right? Although many years ago, when the internet first started, that was how people submitted their websites. They had a submission tool, a site submission tool. But now, Google actually automatically does it. How does it do that? Sorry? It has a little robot that scrapes all the different websites. And so when you host your company in a whole domain, when you create a website, it gets publishes on the net. There automatically will search for your hosting company, and it sort of looks for your DNS, and if someone links to you, they will just crawl links. It's what I call the World Wide Web. Do you heard of this term, the World Wide Web? www, that means the World Wide Web, right? So so if one link goes to another, that's how it crawls. And Google has this robot, this spider they call it, it just crawls the whole internet. So when you create a website, you have to make your website crawlable. Okay, that's how it gets the data. And from that crawl, it figures out this page is the most relevant when someone keys in Samsung Galaxy S6 in Malaysia. So if you search Samsung Galaxy S6 in Singapore, you get a different result. It's that intelligent. It personalizes it for you. So if you look at how Google's technology really is, it's really artificial intelligence. It's actually a walking dictionary. It tries to answer your question. It's like that robot butler that you all should watch in the cartoon. I don't know, Hell or 2001 Space Odyssey, or I don't know what it is, right? So it's really that. So anyway, to digress, I'm going back to the slides. So the thing is, you can't just game it and just rank your thing here. There's a lot of process, there's a lot of understanding how the algorithm works to actually rank it. So in other words, cut a story short, if you're not here already, it's not that easy to get there. Okay, so what do people do? Pay for it lah. Right? You pay for it up here lah. Don't have to go through all this trouble of writing and wait 10 years before your thing ranks up. By the time you're already old and, married and, sorry. Okay, so let's go back to the slides. So I'm gonna skip a few slides because I just wanna go through this. Not gonna be here till like midnight, right? Okay, so the important thing is you guys need to read the stuff. So your ads have to appear in Google Maps as well. Okay, Google Groups and all that kind of stuff. The ads, let's say display ads, Google Display Network. So the ads at the side, we went through this. It appears on YouTube. Right, so you have a video ad or you can have a normal banner ad as well, okay? In YouTube, sometimes you have banner ads at the side, okay? Okay, let's go into how this thing works. You remember I was asking you how you know Google's, so like how would you know that your result will appear, your ad will appear first vis-a-vis someone else who's bidding the same keyword? How does that work? Someone say you pay more money, right? Okay, that's one of the factors, but it's not the only factor. So this thing is governed by an auction. Does anyone know what an auction is? An auction is basically everyone sort of sits together and they bid, and the highest person wins the bid. And so the highest person wins the bid gets the thing that they want. In this case, the ad position that they want. So how the auction works is basically in the scenario. So I'm going to do search today. So we're going to start with search. So both search and display also will function on auctions, but I'm here to focus on search today. So how the search auction works is this. So you go to Google, you key in a keyword, and you see like these are the top positions, right? Okay, and then you have things at the side. So if you are not ranked in the top 3, you get ranked at the side here. So sometimes it even goes to the next page. If you click on the next page, it appears. So which is very rare, people usually sort of go to the second or third page. Sometimes they do, but usually that is not very good ad position to go for. So everyone wants to be in a good position, right? And so how does this work is essentially it's a combination of a few things. Hold on. Okay, so the question, so these are all the different positions. So you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus, yeah. And how do I appear in the top spot? So the advertisers with the highest ad rank will be rewarded the top ad position. So this ad rank is a terminology, all right? So if you have a ad rank score, so the ad rank score is basically a way Google calculates who deserves to be number 1, number 2, number 3. Okay, so if you say you pay more, then you get more. The answer is no lah. It's not necessarily so. Okay. Why? I'll explain to you afterwards, after you go through this equation. So how Google prioritizes your ad rank score. So the bigger, the larger your ad rank score, the better the position will be, right? Okay, so number 1 obviously is a better position, right? So ad rank score is made up of what they call the maximum cost you will pay for a click. Remember, you see, how does Google charge you again? Per click, right? Okay, for a display you can charge by click, or you can pay by 1,000 impressions or when an ad comes out. So in this case, Google search only charges by click. There's no impression. Okay, only display has impressions. All right. Google search 100% is by click. All right. So if your maximum CPC means this amount I'm willing to pay for a click as an advertiser. That's what it calls what I call a maximum CPC. CPC means cost per click. Okay. So the higher the ad rank is, the score is made out of what I'm willing to pay multiplied by what this thing called a quality score is. We'll come to that, what a quality score is, but in a nutshell, a quality score means taking into a few things, how relevant your ad is to the user. Okay, the more relevant your ad, meaning if you're keying Samsung Galaxy S6 for example, and your ad actually shows Samsung Galaxy X6 and talks about it, people will more likely click on it, right? So if you click on it, then Google makes more money, right? And you're happy because the ad is relevant to you, right? So the more relevant it, the higher the quality score is. To make it very simple for you, okay? So technically, if you're willing to pay more, yes, it makes a difference. But if your quality score is crap, so for example, if you're it's an irrelevant ad would be something like this, where I'm Air Asia, I'm trying to bid on a Malaysia Airlines keyword. And someone keys in Malaysia Airlines, my Air Asia ad comes up. It's possible, it's what they do all the time. But it's very irrelevant. So that means your quality score usually is lower, and that means the person has to pay more money to show the ad in a higher position. You understand what I'm saying? So that's how roughly it works. I'm not going into more detail. So just remember this, like this equation. If you have to forget everything I covered today, just remember this thing, this equation. Ad rank equals to CP, maximum cost per click, multiplied by the quality score. And I'll tell you what the quality score is as well. Now, another factor that helps a little bit, with the quality score is this thing called ad extensions and format. So, which I'll come to later. So ad extensions is like this. So, sometimes you see the ad, then you can actually see like the address in the ad. Or you can put in like additional links in there to talk about your website. So those are what called ad extensions, which I'll cover later on. So those actually help increase the relevance, or what they call the click-through rate. Don't worry about this terminology. The click-through rate is basically the measurement to calculate how relevant your ad is. The click-through rate means the number of times someone clicks divided by the total of impressions, the total time the ad shows. So I repeat, let's say your ad shows 10 times and your click-through rate is 10%. How many clicks is that? Your ad shows 10 times, but you don't click on it. But the click-through rate is 10%. How many times you click on it? 1, right? So 1 divided by 10 is 10%. So your click-through rate is 10%. So out of every 10 times your ad shows, 1 person or 1 click happens. Right? So that's a measure of how effective it is. So what's the good click-through rate? It depends. It usually ranges from like 2%, 3%, 5%, it can even go to 20, 30%, depending how relevant it is. Right? So these, the other things that you need to think about is not so you memorize this thing and remember this thing called ad extensions, which help you. In fact, I'll show you how an extension works, so you actually see it, you understand what I'm talking about. If not, so it just remains as theory. So let's go for old blue flowers Malaysia. All right, see the flowers Malaysia. You see this little like this one, like only love florists and gift, same thing. And then you see this little links at the bottom here. Condolence stands, opening stands, same day delivery. This little link, so if I click on it, they actually bring me to that page. So these are additional things you can put in there, like little additional things that increase the visibility of your ad. Right? These are called ad extensions. This thing is actually called a site extension. Okay? There are many types of extensions. You can put your phone number. You have a phone extension. You can have like your address, things like that. You can put it here. Now this one actually has a rating review extension as well. Okay, so there are many kinds of extensions. I'm just telling you these extensions help you get more relevance, more click-through rate, so that you get better quality score. Okay? So so now you learn a couple of new things. You learn ad rank equals to maximum CPC times quality score. So if you want to get a job, or your dad runs a business right now, you want to buy some Google ads, you can tell him tomorrow, you want to get your rank on top, you got to make sure you get a good ad rank. Either you pay more money or you get a good quality score. And one of the ways you get good quality score is you add this thing called a site extension to make it a lot bigger, the higher probability is someone clicking on this. Right? Okay? So you increase your click-through rate. So let me go back to the slides again. Okay, so that's how roughly you appear in the top spot, and we're going to cover a little bit more. So, okay, so what is quality score? So quality score itself is made up of 3 key things. One is the click-through rate. Remember, I just told you what the click-through rate was? The number of clicks divided by the number of impressions. So that's the measurement of how effective your ad is. So click-through rate means if your ad is relevant, means usually the content is relevant to what the person key in the search. The search keyword, right? So if it's relevant, obviously you're going to click on it. The second thing is relevancy. So how do you know whether the ad is relevant to the person, what the person is searching for? What's the easiest way to figure it out? Yeah, one easy way is to figure out whether the keyword that you search for, the user search for, is actually inside the ad or not. Right? So like if you're looking for your AirAsia, you're looking for MES, looking for MES, and AirAsia's ad comes up. But AirAsia doesn't say MES in there. They can't. By the way, there's something called Google has a certain policy that this allows you from putting certain things like the comparator keyword in there, because it's not your company. It's all like you're sort of like misrepresenting the people, right? So, but they allow you to buy the comparator keywords. That's fine. So relevancy, the easiest way to talk about relevancy is the keyword that the person you're bidding for is searching for is actually inside the ad. So if I'm looking for Samsung Galaxy S6, if the ad has the word Samsung Galaxy S6 in there, Google knows, okay, it's relevant, so it gives you a checkbox and it looks pretty relevant. And the third thing that Google assesses to give you a good quality score is this thing called landing page quality. So does anyone know what a landing page is? The page where you click on the ad, it goes to lah. It needs to have a destination, right? It's not like, where does it go, right? So if that page is, if I'm looking at Samsung Galaxy S6, the ad has a keyword in there, and I click on it, it lands on a page that talks about Samsung Galaxy S6, and Google actually knows it, actually scrapes the page, calculates the score, and tells you, bravo, you got 3 out of 3. Good CTR, 5% where it is. So good CTR, relevant keyword in ad, and your web page is relevant too. It talks about Samsung Galaxy, Samsung phones only, and Samsung Galaxy S6 particularly. It gives you top notch, and you get a good quality score. So the quality score is usually range from score from 0 to 10. So if the quality score is like 2 or 3, that's pretty low. So usually people hit like 7, 8, 9, 10. Aim for 10 quality score. That means a good CTR, good click-through rate. What's the second thing? Relevancy, and third? The landing page quality, right? Okay, so these are the 3 things that make up quality score. Okay, some people get confused because they think that, quality click-through rate is the thing that actually affects your ad rank. No, it's not. Ad rank is made up of maximum CPC multiplied by quality score, but quality score itself is made up of these 3 components. Okay, so don't get jumbled up. All right. So if you want to improve your ad rank, you either increase this or you make this better. If you got no money, you're poor, then you got to make this better lah. Okay. That's where the skill comes in. So it doesn't mean that you are rich. You can beat everybody in Google. Google is always trying to serve the underdog. That's why it created this algorithm for people. So if you give what the user wants, which is their goal, then you get ranked higher. Okay? So what affects click-through rate? So like I said, if it's relevant, actually to be honest with you, click-through rate is a side effect or as a result of good relevant keywords more often than not. Because if you get a relevant ad, chances are your ad will get clicked on more often. Right? So you would naturally have higher CTRs. Okay? And the landing page quality means it's fast, it's navigable, right? Easy to go, and it has relevant keywords in the landing page. So don't land on a page where you're buying Samsung Galaxy S6, they gotta land on a TV page. That's bad quality score. Then the user like, what kind of ad is this, man? So as long as so the easier to think what constitutes a good landing page quality is it has to be relevant, original, transparent, and navigable. Transparent meaning, let's say the ad says discount 30%. It lands on a landing page that talks about discount really 30%, not like actually 10% only, then you add, then you cheat people. This needs to be transparent. Okay, so ROTN, just think relevant, original, transparent, navigable, and fast, right? So if your web landing page is very slow, you host it in some place where the hosting is very lousy, very slow, it affects the quality, you get lousy quality score on. Okay? Things like pop-ups and stuff like that, Google doesn't like them as well. It's been known to, take note of it, it can come out of the exam, right? So like pop-ups and stuff like that, Google hates them, right? Because it interrupts the user experience, the landing page. Okay? So these are the 3 things. So give you an example how it works in practice. So, like I said, does anyone named John here? No? Is there a Dave here? Or an Alex? No. No, there is, okay, so Alex here. So I'm John. I'm not John, but there's Dave there. So, how if 3 of you are bidding for the same Samsung Galaxy S6 keyword, and you get a quality score. So you get the way to measure whether you get a higher precision than me. Let's use a real example. So John, so I'm John. My ad rank is 8. How do I get 8? So I got a maximum CPC. I'm willing to pay $1, and my quality score is 8 out of 10. So that means my CTRs are pretty okay. My keyword I'm trying to buy, the keyword is actually in ads relevant, and the landing page is pretty relevant. It talks about Samsung Galaxy S6. So my ad rank is, what's my ad rank? How do you calculate ad rank? Maximum CPC times quality score. So 1 multiplied by 8 equals to 8, right? So the second guy, Dave, he's got an ad rank of 10. How did he get 10? So he's willing to pay $1 as well. But his quality score is like 10. This is like, he's got a really relevant page. His ad is very, very, very relevant and well written and very catchy. So his ad rank is 10. Alex is this rich guy, right? Who doesn't know what the hell he's doing, right? So, but he's rich, so he throws money around. Right? I'm sure you see some people like that. And also they just chuck money around. So this guy is rich. He's like, okay, I'm rich. I'll just buy my way through, right? So he's willing to pay $2.35. But his quality score is 3. It's pretty crap. Because he's too lazy to learn all this Google AdWords stuff, right? It's like, I'll just get by, don't worry. And so 2.3 times 3, the ad rank is only 7. So in a nutshell, Dave gets the first position, John gets second, and Rich Alex gets third. So money doesn't sort of make you succeed in the Google AdWords world. Okay? So that's how you roughly calculate. But what do you really pay then? So if you look at it, Dave gets 1, right? So if someone clicks on the ad, what does Dave actually really pay? Does he pay $1? It's an auction, right? So you don't have to pay $1. You just have to pay 1 cent. So the lowest denominator in the ad, when you bid for it, is 1 cent. Okay? So if you just have to pay 1 cent higher than the next guy is willing to pay, then that's the amount that you pay. So your actual cost per click is actually only 1 cent more than what your competitor is willing to pay. It's basically that. So if you look at this equation, it looks complicated, don't worry too much about it. So you remember your max CPC multiplied by quality score here, right? So if you want to know what you actually pay, you just have to know what your ad rank, your competitor's ad rank is, and divide by your quality score plus 1 cent. That's the amount you actually pay. Okay? Don't kill yourself over this equation. It's just very simple. You just understand that, first of all, your ad rank of your next competitor is on something that only Google will know. Anyway, this is a theoretical thing. Just understand, as long as when someone clicks on your ad, you just have to pay 1 cent higher than the next guy that was willing to bid. Let's say I'm willing to pay $1, but the next guy was willing to pay 80 cents. Right? I just have to pay 81 cents. All things being equal, my ad rank and stuff like that. Okay? So give you an example. So Dave, John, Alex again. So the actual CPC is actually at rank of the next competitor divided by a quality score, right? So all Dave needs to pay is the at rank of John, right? Okay, 8 divided by your quality score, which is 10, plus 0.1, so it's 81 cents. Okay? And this guy just needs to pay, his quality score is, the comparative quality score is 7, divided by 8 plus 1, so it's 89 cents. Okay? So this is pretty much the basic principle around it. Okay? So just remember that when does this auction happen? this auction happens, this complicated thing happens every time someone keys in the keyword. Like every time you key in Samsung Galaxy S, it calculates this thing in like split second. Right? Even measures, as a record of measurement, like your landing page quality and stuff like that. It actually remembers all this stuff, and it calculates your ad rank equals to maximum CPC times quality score. And then your maximum CPC is not actually the cost you pay. What's the actual cost you pay? Just pay 1 cent higher than the guy who was lower than you, who was big for. Okay, that's pretty much it. So ad rank is a function of quality score and maximum CPC, which is cost per click. So maximum CPC is not necessarily what you pay for a click. Like I said, it's 1 cent more than the second guy. The higher your quality score, the less you pay, right? So the rich guy, just because you throw money, doesn't mean you get it all the time. So use relevant ad extensions to win the auctions. Remember the ad extensions now? You have these multiple links, site extensions, location extensions, all this other stuff we cover later on. Don't worry too much about it. Okay, so in a nutshell, that's how the Google ad ranking system works. So you can go back and you can tell your friends, hey, you know how this Google ad thing works? Let me teach you, that you can tell them, they can explain to them more like sort of like authoritatively, right? So so that's one topic I want to talk about. So let me then go into let me show you how this Google AdWords actually really looks like. Have you guys been inside already? Have you tried going in? But you gotta have an account, right? So let us go inside and see how this thing actually works. So this is the tool that Google makes billions of dollars from. Literally, billions of dollars from it. So imagine if you know how to go through all this, you're actually mastering a tool that really makes literally billions of dollars for companies. Okay, so Google actually, from an ad dollar standpoint, is the top contributor. Like, if you don't work for an ad agency or like marketing budgets around the world, Google gets the largest portion of budget today, followed by this is a company called Group M that does media buying, and then third is social network, that's purple color one, Facebook. Okay, so like and Twitter and all this sort of all, like so so literally this platform looks like this. Okay, so how it looks like is, say if I log in, so I have some data here on a website that has catering, that buys catering keywords. And they have an ad that promotes wedding catering services. So if you're getting married, you want to have a catering service to cater to your wedding. It's a bit too early for you guys to think about, but so you can actually. So this is how the dashboard looks like. You have this thing called you can structure your campaign this way. So I'm going to show you how the dashboard looks like. So this is a campaign. So campaign can be structured in a way there is general catering keywords, catering in Bahasa Malaysia, kawin, wedding, nikah. These are all very different kind of category of campaigns that run. That means the ads will be relevant for, say, in catering, K-A-T-E-R-I-N-G, all the keywords that are sort of like related to the word K-A-T-E-R-I-N-G. Right, so it's all very well organized. And so why am I organizing the keywords that way? Because if I organize my keyword like that, and, so the campaign is then broken down to what I call an ad group. Don't worry, I'll run through all this thing. Now each ad group actually holds the individual ad. So in this ad group, it holds the ad and the keywords. So if I click on this thing called catering, you see the ad here, package catering kawin, and you see all the keywords here are all related to the word keyword catering. Right? K-A-T-E-R-I-N-G, right? Or C-A-T-E-R-I-N-G. Obviously, K-A-T-E-R-I-N-G is more relevant. Okay? So, and that ad will also have the catering keyword. You see the K-A-T-E-R-I-N-G in the ad? See that? So, if I click on it, it goes to a landing page where if I go to this landing page, people would then fill out this form or they will call this number. Okay, so when I fill out this form, this is called what I call a conversion. Means the objective is achieved. So when someone keys in the name and the address and fills out the form and submits it, what happens on the other side? The advertiser will get the lead. They will call out and say, you are interested in catering services, right? So how many people is that for? Blah, blah, blah. And they get a potential customer and they close it. They get real customers because the person saw this ad and they were buying these keywords. Does that make sense? Okay. So this structure, so these keywords that are all under an ad group, and each ad group holds an ad with the keywords, and within each campaign there are multiple ad groups. So one campaign can be structured in a way, we're just talking about catering, so Malay catering could be one campaign, alright? And within Malay catering one campaign, I have different ad groups in there that house different ads. So we may want to have one ad group that talks about, okay, this one I want to target using the word catering, K-A-T-R-I-N-G. This one is perkahwinan, right? Different ad group, right? So you can have different ad groups around it, right? So this is how the interface works. So I'm going to go back to the slide. You will have a better understanding of what it is. I suggest you guys actually log in and get access to this. Take 3 minutes. Are you online? Do you have internet here? Why do you spend the next 3 to 5 minutes signing up for this and going in there? Although you won't see any data in there, it's like main masa-masa, but you just have a feel of the thing. If you're adventurous, put some money in, put $10 or something. So you can even, like, if you don't have a website, set up a Lelong store. You know, in Lelong? Or like, Lelong, you can just upload your products in there and drive some traffic to it and get a sale. Or you just create, if you're an IT guy, just create a web page and put a product in there and sell. You never know. Or you could be promoting a service. Doesn't have to be a product. It could be a service. Maybe you're really good at designing websites. You can buy the keyword web design in PJ or website design Malaysia or something like that, and then sell your service online and then make some pocket money so you can travel around the world if you want, right? And so you can use this, sort of a tool, and it's self-service. Anybody with a credit card can go in and swipe it and make a couple of bucks from it. Okay, so yeah, go in there, log in, and you get in here. So I'm going to give you a couple minutes. You can, as long as you have a Google account or a Gmail account, or a YouTube account, you can use that same. How many of you have an email address? Oh my God, some people don't even have an email address. Really? You guys, who doesn't have an email address? Oh, everybody has one, right? At least you have the uni as an email address, right? So what do you guys actually communicate with most of the time? Do you guys use Twitter, Facebook, chat apps, right? What's that? WhatsApp. Okay, WhatsApp. Do you know who owns WhatsApp? Yes. Okay, so Facebook owns WhatsApp as well. And you can't put ads in WhatsApp yet though. But as a marketer, you'll be waiting for that, right? I'm waiting for that. So I can spam the hell out of people. Alright, right, so let's go to the slides. And now if you're in AdWords, I'm going to go to the slides. So I'm going to actually take you through this, what I just showed you just now in the conceptual level, so you understand what you just saw just now. So this is an account. You just went an account, and then you went to the campaign, right? Remember? So with the campaign, they have ad groups in there. So what are all this sort? This is actually logical structuring, right? So this is how you manage your campaigns. And why is structuring important? So structuring is important because it helps you maximize the relevance of your ads. It organizes in a way that after taking into account all this quality score and all that, you have an appreciation of how the more targeted your campaign is structured, the better performing it will be, and you pay less for the ads. Okay, it's really about keeping the cost low, and you structure it well. You can keep your cost low, and I can explain to you how that works. So there's 3 levels when you go in there. So the account level is where you went in there just now. You saw the billing and all that kind of stuff, right? And then you click on new campaigns. Then you see the campaign section where you can determine, okay, I'm going to run a new campaign for the wedding, but this campaign I'm going to focus on using the word for the Malay wedding. So catering or perkahwinan, all those will be under this campaign, right? So inside the campaign, so at the campaign level, this is where you have certain settings. You can set how much it costs a day. So let's say you have a budget to promote your Samsung Galaxy S6 business, so you want to sell this phone. You say, you know what, I only have a 10 ringgit a day. So what you do is you set it at a campaign level to say, hey, you know what, this campaign for a Samsung Galaxy phone, I'm going to allocate only 10 bucks a day, nothing more, nothing less. Alright? So then Google, then you buy the keywords, Samsung Galaxy S6 in the ad group, and then you write an ad copy, or well, so buy Samsung Galaxy cheapest in town kind of thing, and you land on your website. So it's all inside the ad group. Okay? So ad group houses the keywords and the ads, and each ad group belongs to one main campaign. And the campaign is the determinant of how much money you should spend. Okay? So if you want to spend more money, then you have to allocate at a campaign level, right? So you don't change it at the ad group level. Okay, so what are the settings that are in campaign? Or let's start with what are the settings that are in account. So account is where you can take care of your user access, your billing information, stuff like that, notifications, and all this sort of administrative things, who has access to it, and things like that, right? And then one level down the account is a campaign. So after account is a campaign. So campaign is where all the action happens, right? So you know when I listed all the different campaigns, perkahwinan and catering, all that kind of stuff. The campaign is where you set things like your daily budget, right? So 10 bucks a day. They don't have monthly budgets in Google. So if you use the monthly budgets, you just divide by 30.4. 30 days lah, basically. Oh, thanks. Do you understand? So you have a budget of 3,000 ringgit. What will your daily budget be? 100 bucks, right? A day. So that's how you set it. There's no monthly budget, only daily budget, alright? Then there's the bidding style. So you bid where it's cost per click for search. Alright? If it's display, you can go cost per click or cost per 1,000 impressions, we call CPM. Alright? Then you can target things like the network target. Network targeting means you either choose search or display. Or sometimes you have a combination or two, right? So if you go and play around in your settings, you can see there are multiple options, but generally it's either search or display, right? Or mobile, but mobile is still divided by search and display. These are the two main platforms anyway, right? Don't worry, we can break down to the details later on, but generally it's like that. And then you can target what location it is as well, and what language it is. So location, you can go to the very detailed level of up to, you can write down, say, Petaling Jaya, Subang Jaya, at the bandar level, city level. Okay? How many of you here don't speak Malay? Okay, so don't worry, I'll just intersperse it with, like, I use sort of a very, very simple sort of Malay if I have to. So like the city level, right? You can even go as detailed as the lat and the longitude. You know latitude and longitude numbers? You can go to that level of detail, that level of precision. So if you can go to the level, just target people from Taylor's College and INTI College in this area here. You can do that for you. Okay, like you can target an airport, like only people in KLIA 2. So you know, if you know what a lat is, go to Google lat long KLIA, just go there and you put the coordinates. The app will only show when the user is in that. The ad, the person who's going to view the ads is from there. Okay, the computer of the user is there. So you can also adjust your bids according to the location by device as well. So if it's a mobile phone, what kind of mobile phone is it, Android and iPhone, etc. what models, that kind of stuff, you can actually do that. So I have people who actually sell handphone covers. So handphone covers, display ads, you can just say you're a Samsung Galaxy S6 handphone, you can just buy an ad to show the person in the display ad banner the Samsung Galaxy S6 phone cover to the person who owns that phone. So only the person sees that phone, the likelihood of the person buying will be higher, right? As a guy with an iPhone won't buy that, right? You know what I'm trying to say? So you can go to that level of detail. So all these are set at the campaign level, all right? And within the campaign level, that's where it houses the ads. And the ads individually are housed in the ad group, okay? So each ad group carries with it an ad and all the keywords inside the ad. Okay, there's something called here match types. I'll briefly explain to you what they mean very quickly. So, but generally, each ad is housed in one ad group. So one set of ad group is very, very tightly knitted. So why I'm saying that is, remember that your quality score depends on how relevant your ad is in the keyword, right? So if you put them all in the ad group, and the ad, each ad group will only usually have one ad theme. You can have multiple ads, but it usually is advised to have just, if you're talking about perkahwinan, then the keyword, then the keywords in that should talk about perkahwinan because your ad will have the word perkahwinan in there, right? Okay? So that's why you manage all the relevant keywords with the relevant ad in one ad group. So you can do that in search, and display is the same thing as well, or you can house it in an ad group. And give you an example. So let's say this one, this guy owns a store called Uptown Clothing, and this is his account. And under his account is the campaign. So Uptown Clothing actually sells men's clothing and sells women's clothing as well. So the men's clothing campaign, so he has, the way he's divided his campaign up is he puts a budget for men's clothing, another budget for women's clothing. So if you know that women's clothing sell more, you can put budget in women's clothing is less. So you can structure it that way because the setting for campaign, for budget where is it located? The campaign for budget, where is it, what level is it set? Is it at the ad group level, campaign level, or account level? It's at the campaign level, right? Here, the daily budget, that's where it controls it. Okay? There is no budget setting in ad group. Okay, the ad group only controls your keywords and your ads. All right, all the targeting stuff, all the budget stuff. Usually, all it's in the campaign level. The bidding and all is the campaign level. Ad group just talks about the keywords and the ads, the kind of targeting things that you talk about in the detail. So men's clothing. So in this case, men's clothing would have things like blazers, polos, and jackets and coats. These are all individual ad groups. That means for a blazer ad group, the ad will talk about blazer. You won't talk about polos and blazers, right? You don't chapo, you just chop like rojak like that. You have to speed it up, right? You speed it up, so blazer will have blazer keyword, blazer ad. Because it's relevant. Why is it relevant? Because you get a good ad rank, which is made up of, what's the calculation? How do you calculate ad rank again? Maximum CPC times quality score. And what affects quality score? Your relevancy, your CTR, your relevancy, and the landing page quality, right? It's three things, right? So what affects landing page quality? ROTN, right? Okay? So, so if you structure your ad groups properly like that and drill down, it will look like this. So this is what you don't want to do. You don't want to do this rojak kind of thing. The ad group in there got leather, sectional rugs, everything campak inside here and throw here. Okay? And this ad is all kinds of furniture. So first of all, your keywords are not relevant to the... This one's probably going to get a quality score of like 1 or something like that. You know what I'm saying? The keywords are not relevant to at all to the ad, and probably the landing page sucks as well. Okay? So what you want to do is you want to have a good example like this. You have a campaign that targets US, the English language, so the setting at the campaign level here, and then your ad group here has the Leather Love Seats ad group, okay? Leather Love Seats talks about leather love seats, and the keywords are all leather love seats related. Leather love seats, leather love space seats, leather love seat plural, singular in there. And Google is smart enough to know that you're talking about the same thing. What the hell is a leather love seat? Why did you use this example? And then leather couches, right? Ad group. So again, this one, the ad leather couches. It has to be the relevant keyword in there. Don't throw like leather love seats in here lah. You know, it's completely irrelevant, right? You know what I mean? Then you get a lousy quality score. Relevancy is low. No one's gonna click on your ad, right? Leather love seats, leather couches come out. Oh, you're not relevant. Your CTR is gonna go down. True. And CTR affects your quality score. Your quality score, instead of 10, gets a 4, and then you're willing to pay $1, 1 multiplied by 4, your ad rank is 4. Some other guy took over you already. Okay. So if you're the rich lazy guy, you do this lah. Okay? But you're the skilled professional, you do something like that. Okay? So people actually pay you money to do this. It's crazy, it's true. Right? So best practices, use campaign settings for targeting for all your ad groups in the campaign. So campaign settings mean like the location, the language, the budget, what kind of bidding is it? CPC bidding, right? Or CPM, or whatever it is. So create many tightly knit ad groups. Remember, it has to be tightly knit, not love couches and jump in the love seats kind of thing. All the same ad group, the ad has to be relevant, right? To the, so you will result in higher quality score and lower cost. You can also use enhanced campaign features like increase or manage lower bids based on the device or location or the time of the day. So for example like this, so you need to read all this you need to watch all the videos, okay? I'm just giving you whatever here is just keep the basics, right? You need to kind of drill down afterwards. And I advise you to go play around inside the thing. You can swipe a credit card, but you don't have to start any campaigns in there. Don't worry too much about it, okay? So you only pay when someone clicks on the ad. But in any case, enhanced features could be like this. So, like Pizza Hut can say that, guess where Pizza Hut will normally put an ad out for pizzas? If you were the marketing manager in Pizza Hut, what time will you run your ads for your search ads? Huh? Lunchtime, okay. Dinner, okay. Sports, right? So like weekends, like so what? Like Saturday from 7 o'clock to like midnight, right? What happens usually on Saturday nights? Yeah, the English Premier League, right? So if you know that 7 to 11 is like the peak time when people search for it and they want to order thing online, you can bid high. You can tell Google, hey, from 7 to midnight, can you bid 30% more? It does that for you one. Okay, so you bid higher, like your ad show more obviously during that period. Right? So whatever it is, maximum CPC still plays a role, you still pay more. So all things being equal, all of you here are so good at this thing, and you start bidding, you work for rival companies, still boil down who's the richest guy is lah. Okay? But if some of you are better than others, then you don't need to pay so much money. Okay? So you can use all these sort of things. Now what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna give this little exercise. And after you do this exercise, you can take a 5-minute break to go to the toilet, but make it 5 minutes, alright? Do you need to go to the toilet? She's like gonna pee already, right? So, okay, why don't you take 5 minutes and go to the toilet for pee, and then come back in 300 seconds, alright? Okay, I'm gonna count 300. You guys see? Like, it's pretty blur, right? Is it? Yeah, I can't, maybe you guys can come, you can sit nearer if you want, Well, I'll try to read out the stuff on the screen if you can't see it, but don't worry. I think you guys should have the thing on your computer, and it's easier for you to understand. You guys don't have the slides, right? You don't. So you just have to take notes. Don't worry. Okay, so I want to give you some exercise to do right now, so it won't be so, boring. So you guys have your Google thing logged in already? Okay, so what I want you guys to do is go to this tool inside Google AdWords. Here, under the section called Tools, there's a tool called Keyword Planner. Can you find it and get there? So go inside your Google AdWords, you will see this thing called Tools, and click on the word Keyword Planner. So if I were to go inside Google now, if you don't have, don't worry, you can sit your neighbor's one or something like that. So this is how Google AdWords looks like, right? So if you look at the top here, there's home campaigns, opportunities, reports. Go to this thing called Tools here. And right at sort of third from the bottom, there's this thing called Keyword Planner. Can you click on that? So what this Keyword Planner does is a pretty amazing tool. I call it the cheapest, the most powerful marketing tool on the planet that's cheap, that's free, right? Pretty much. What it pretty much does is it tells you how many people are keying a particular keyword exactly in a particular location in all the countries where Google search exists. Alright, so why is that powerful? Anyone? Why is this powerful? Because you can actually figure out what people are interested in. You can estimate the demand for something, isn't it? So for example, let's say, how many of you like to cook? You guys like to cook? Do you look for, so let's say you're really good cook, like you are very good with making cakes and laksa or something like that. So maybe you wanna sell a recipe book that teaches people how to make curry laksa or laksa for that matter. How would you know people are interested in this? You use this tool. It's the cheapest tool to tell you like where there's a demand. Because if someone searches for it, that means there is interest in it, right? Cool, right? So let's do this experiment. So let's say you want to make some money, you want to sell some recipes online in Malaysia. So what keywords would I key in here to figure out? Okay, let's key in the word recipe. Alright, so do you think, how do I spell recipe? Who's my audience? Malaysians? How do Malaysians spell? R-E-C-I? That's English, right? You're assuming that the Malaysian guy speaks English. And all Malaysians speak English. To be honest with you, you'll learn out afterwards that not everybody speaks. So when you see key recipe, you see this thing, you see all the trends here. It tells you on average the volume trends. You can break it down by mobile, by device, etc. Here, okay, and you can see throughout over a 12-month period what the cycle is like for this bunch of keywords, right? And then it actually, when you key in that keyword, it actually helps you group what it thinks are related to your keyword into ad groups for you automatically. Nifty, isn't it? Like chicken recipes, food recipes. Like you click on chicken recipes, it gives you all the chicken recipe keywords here. Why do they do this? Why is it called set up an ad group? So you can very easily create a group straight away, click and then you can buy an ad. But if you don't want to use this format, what you want to do is look at the individual keywords. You click on this thing called keyword ideas instead of ad group ideas. You drill down. Then it shows you the exact word recipe in the location. I'm targeting Malaysia here, so you can choose the location here. You can choose in Singapore or whatever it is if you want to here as well. You can choose, okay? Add here if you want to. I'm just going to remove it. I'm just going to use I'm going to use Malaysia, sorry, not Singapore.
There's
So,
4 chairs there. See in front. You can see.
Okay, so when I say this, you see recipe here, Malaysia. So in Malaysia, the word recipe, the word recipe itself is 3,600 searches a month on average. Does that mean it's 3,600 people? No. It could be the same people, I mean, but more or less, you gotta sort of have a standard deviation around that. But if you look at words, you read that the phrase secret recipe gets 40,500 searches. But secret recipe is a name of a chain of restaurants anyway. So these people are probably looking for secret recipe, not necessarily secret recipe itself. But like pancake recipes, 8,100 searches. Cheesecake recipe, 6,600 searches. So if you're really good at making pancakes and cheesecakes, which one will you go for? Go for pancake because it's more, right? Searches. It's probably more lucrative. But if you look at it that way, let's say you are just making a book that covers quite a few of these, you group together, so maybe you're good at pancake recipes and cheesecake recipes at 14,700 searches a month. Just on these keywords, because there are tons of other keywords that could be misspellings of this and related to that. So all in all, recipe related keywords, how many do you think there are? If you add all this up, if you have a recipe book or recipe website, how much traffic are you getting here? A lot. 50,000? 60,000 maybe? Or even more, right? But this is only in English. What does the rest of the population of Malaysia speak? How do you spell, in Malay, how do you spell recipes? R-E-S-I-P-I. R-E? So R-E-S-I-P-I or R-E-S-E-P-I? I don't know. So anyway, just click and R-E-S-I-P-I is 5,400 searches a month. R-E-S-E-P-I is 33,100 searches. So from a volume perspective, which is a bigger market? Right? So, I mean, without going through the detail, the Bahasa Malaysia market is a larger market. Value-wise, I'm not sure how much you want to price, it's a completely different thing. So, this tool, what I'm trying to show you is very powerful for you to find target by country, by location, by language. You can go by Google search and search partners. So Google's platform also drives other search engines, especially in the US, like AOL and stuff like that. Okay, so that's a search partner. So just know that you can come up, exam stuff like that. And you can also put in negative keywords. Negative keywords means search for this, but it doesn't have the phrase, maybe, I don't want anything that has the word cakes in there. So you will find all the recipe keywords that don't have the word cakes inside. Okay? So it excludes it out for you. That's called negative match. Alright? So take note of this word, this phrase called match types. And I'll explain to you later on. So these keywords are what I call exact match keywords, which is what exactly people key in. Okay? So there are different types of broad sort of match types. There's broad match type, phrase match, and exact match. All these results here are all exact match results, numbers here. Okay? I'll explain to you later on when we do this in more detail. So what I want you guys to do is have a little exercise. Pick something you're interested in and you're really good at, and you want to kind of establish if there's a market for that thing that you want to do. So name me a skill that you have, a problem that you can solve. Anyone? What are you good at? You could be cooking something. I don't know what it is. So why don't you just take 3 minutes and just key in whatever you're interested in there and see how big it is. Right? How many people are searching for it. Okay? So if you want to key in to see how many people key in the word your favorite pop star, then you can key in there too. Okay? And if you figure out how many people you search for it, maybe you can have. can sell all the paraphernalia around your favorite K-pop star or something. I don't know what you guys are listening to. Alright, so you can use this tool to figure that out. And you can target by different countries too. So let's say you're good at, maybe you have this farm that sells durians, right? So maybe you want to see how many people search for durians in Hong Kong or something like that. You can check that out. So if I go to Hong Kong, actually, a lot of Hong Kong people like to eat durians, right? So let's say Hong Kong. I'm going to put there durians. Well, not that many searches, so I'm not going to make any money from Hong Kong here. But it's probably going to be in Chinese rather than English, right? So maybe you want to try that in Chinese. Okay. So play around with it, okay? Alright, so so this tool allows you to find new keywords and allows you to plan your budget and insights for keywords as well. So, like I say, the keyword, choose the location, the language, and all that kind of stuff. It will give you a whole set of. It shows you in ad groups and shows you individual keywords, right? Now, the other thing it also can do is, if you run out of ideas, you can actually use this tool to also use these other features in here very quickly. So you can, if you don't know any keywords, you can just put in the URL of the page, or maybe it's your website or your competitor's website. So AirAsia.com, and you want to know what keywords are related to this, you can just click on key ideas. It will give you what Google thinks that website is related to, and give you a whole bunch of keywords. So like tickets, Hong Kong, or so like keywords, it gives you all the different keywords, cheap tickets, cheap flights from Hong Kong and stuff like that, by just keying in the AirAsia website. Okay? One quick way to do it. Or the other one you can do is, if you have seen this here, let's say you don't know the landing page, maybe you want this quick fix, you want to know, let's say you're doing an internship with Unilever. Unilever is beauty and personal care, right? So you click on beauty and personal care, and your manager says, hey, you went for this Google thing, right? Give me the top keywords that are in this category. So you can say, and what product does Unilever have? Like shampoo or stuff like that? I don't know. So hygiene and toiletries, search the category, click on this category, and hygiene and toiletries, get ideas. It spits out for you all the Chinese keywords and keywords related to what it thinks is related to, I don't know, it's perfume and all this Chinese keywords, soap and all that kind of stuff. But this is in Hong Kong, yeah, sorry, I put it in Hong Kong, so that's why you get Chinese in here. If you have Malaysia, you give you Malaysia related toiletries. It's a quick way to do it, right? So, like I say, you can use all these tools to figure out what people are searching for. If your father runs a sundry store or like electrical distribution business, so you just go in here and computer electronics. Hey, what people are searching for in Malaysia? Okay, maybe I look at computers. What kind of people are searching for in Malaysia? So Malaysia. Okay, add, save. So sometimes they are not that relevant because this is a machine you're talking about here, right? So it gives you kind of weird, weird results. Lao Ya, post I mean, sometimes you get a whole bunch of consumer electronics. Direct D isn't that Direct D a shop here around here? Okay, anyway, you can use this tool in multiple ways, alright? So let me go back to the slides. So that's the tool. Check it out. And this is the tool. That's the most important tool that you need to do for your search. So it helps you research your keywords, right? And I already went through this. So some of the data in here, like this, I don't know where you can see it, but like you see competition here, high, 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 or low, whatever it is. The competition means how many people are bidding for this keyword. Your competitors. So if you have high competition, usually your cost per click. The suggested site here is suggested cost per click at the site here. Usually very competitive keywords cost a lot, like $3 per click or something like that, right? If you're in the photocopying business, it can be as high as 10 ringgit per click. Okay, so things like that. So average monthly searches is a 12-month average, and your suggested bid is the approximate cost per click, like I said. Okay, you can filter it by filters. You can show broadly related ideas. Broadly related ideas means like when things are related to that. So, girls bidding sheets. Why do you use this kind of examples? Teen girl bedding. I didn't prepare the slides. My partner did that. But anyway, so I'm gonna skip this. This is like. So you can see like these keywords are related, but they're not the same. So that's what it means broadly related. Google is intelligent enough. So I'm going to talk about this thing called match types, right? So match types basically is this: when you bid for a keyword, you can choose. Say you buy a keyword, you can say girl bedding. Okay. A broad, just key the word girl bedding in there. When if it's a broad match type, Google actually finds what it thinks are related keywords related to girl bedding and shows that add to those people as well. So if someone keys in little girl bedding broad, you bid for girl bedding, the little girl bedding person says little girl bedding, the ad shows as well. So it's not an exact thing. It will impute what it thinks is relevant to it, and that's called a broad match. And broad match usually is not signified by any symbols, right? It means like that, you just key like that without anything at the side, or what is it? That's broad match, okay? Then you have what I call exact match. Exact match is basically exactly that word, and it's normally in parentheses, okay? And like, I'll show it to you otherwise. In parentheses means, if you key the parentheses, the word women's dress, then means only the word women's dress will, if you key in that, will appear. Don't worry, I'll come to us later on. And the other one is phrase match. That means as long as the phrase has, and is in inverted commas, has the word women's dress in it. So it could be red women's dress, blue women's dress in KL. As long as it has the word women's dress in that sequence, the ad will appear. That's called phrase match, right? Don't worry, I'll cover this later. I'm just introducing to you this concept that Google actually, you can sort of tune in and zoom exactly how exact that keyword is by using all these different match types. And these match types actually help you manage your quality score. How? Because if it's too broad, then your impressions are too wild all over the place, your CTR will be low. If your CTR is low, what happens? What does CTR affect? Your quality score. Your quality score gets crap, and guess what? Quality score times maximum CPC gives you ad rank, right? If your quality is low, then your ad rank is low, then you get lower ad position, right? So, like you see broad match, women's hats, ads may show on searches for women's hats, buy ladies hats, women's caps. All this, if someone keys in this keyword and you're buying this keyword, all this, if you key in this your ad will also show. So sometimes it can be quite irrelevant because it's a robot there, right? It tries to find what it thinks is suitable for it. But it's not necessarily a bad thing, because sometimes you don't know what people are keying exactly. You buy this keyword, so you hunt for it. So you figure out which ones are giving you better CTRs or better results. So that's broad match. Phrase match looks like this. If you guys can't see it on the back, there are two inverted commas here. You see this? That signifies a phrase match. That means Google will show the ad as long as this phrase appears in the query. So women, if you put phrase match by this keyword with inverted commas, then the word women's hats will trigger this. Someone keys in women's hats, the ad will get triggered. Buy women's hats, it will also get triggered because it has the phrase women's hats in here, right? Or women's hats, here like that, has exactly this one, right? This one, phrase man, women's hats, it should show as well. It's capital, right? Okay, so it will show as well. It doesn't matter what the match type or what the capital letters are. It's not case sensitive. All right. The ads that won't show is girls' hats because it's not women's hats. Because it has to be exactly this phrase, this sequence. Okay. And women's baseball hats won't show because it's not women's hats. It's women's baseball hats. It's a baseball in the middle. All right. How about exact matches? Exact matches is again in parentheses here, like this. This means it has to be this one exactly, nothing before, nothing after, right? So women's hats will show. Women's hats will also show. Actually, wrong spelling will also take into account now. All right. Even though it's exact match, but if it's a wrong spelling, you will actually know it as well. But as long as this, what it is exactly this, it will actually show. Ads won't show if buy women's hats, it won't show because it's not exactly women's hats, it has the buy in front. Okay? So there's a 3 match types, broad match, which Google will extrapolate for you. That's the most, sort of like, I guess, not as targeted as it should be, but it's sort of figuring out for you. And then they have phrase match as long as this one is somewhere, anywhere inside this phrase, in the entire query, it will show. This one has to be exactly what it is, nothing more, nothing less, nothing more before, or nothing after, or nothing in the middle, alright? That's exact match. Okay? Now there's one more that I want to cover here with you in case you don't get it. There's another match type called broad match modifiers. Okay, broad match modifiers is basically, the situation, how it sort of denotes is you put a plus sign before plus here, it means as long as it has this keyword and this one, doesn't matter what order it is, it will come up. That's the fourth one that's not in here. I'm telling you now, it's called a broad match modifier. It's between a phrase match and a broad match. Okay, so if you want to say women's hats, like buy rate hats for women, so because you have the word hats and women inside there, maybe not women inside there, like this, if you put plus women, plus hats without apostrophe, then this one will show. Even though it's like all jumbled up. But as long as you do is somewhere inside there, you can really. Okay? You put a plus in front of each of these words. That's called a broad match modifier. Okay? Now once you've use the tool to search all these keywords, then you add it in and it actually forecasts for you what is your total, your how many clicks you're gonna get. And it tells you based on if you enter your budget and what you're willing to pay for your maximum CPC is, it tells you your forecast over the next, it tells you how many clicks you're going to get based on the budget. So if you want to get a maximize this, be like that on a terminal, then it tells you how much you need to bid for. Can you hear me? Right. So if you want to maximize the number of clicks, then just play around with the number here and see where the curve has a terminal value. You know why there's a terminal value for all searches? Because in any particular location, there are only a finite number of people searching. Right? Even if you give me $1 million for Google search for recipes, you won't spend all of it. Because in any one point in time, how many recipe people key in REC, IP just now? A couple of thousand only, right? So like, you give me $1 million, I wouldn't even finish spending it. So it's a terminal, it comes to a point where you need so many searches, so you can't spend all the money that you want. So there's a fixed number of searches. And that means when you market search, if you're looking for traffic, you want people, Hungry ghost, right? So you want traffic, you don't usually use search because there are only finite number of searching for something. Search is for very targeted kind of interest. Okay. So like you can put this in, you can export all this out in an Excel spreadsheet or a CSV file, and you can play around with your data. Okay. So if you guys have a marketing assignment that you want to do, use this tool and get the data out and run statistical analysis on it if you want, so you can impress your lecturers. Like that, you know, you can look at the keywords, number of searches, the competition, suggested bids and stuff like that. So you got all this data. Okay, in the tool, you can also generate keywords by combining different lists. So there's a feature where you put on the left list 1 blue, list 2 is socks. You go ahead, you will automatically combine all the combinations from list 1 to list 2. So you have blue socks, blue shirts, blue pants, red socks, red shirts, red pants. Instead of putting it one by one like that, till tomorrow you're gonna do it. The guy does it automatically for you lah. It's like, you know, you can do it in an Excel sheet as well. Alright, you can do that and you can generate literally thousands of keywords in a couple of clicks. Alright? You're turning that one on? Oh, okay. Alright, so anyway, an idea of how you can generate keywords would be like, the general terms would be girls bedding, and sizes would be twin girls bedding, and colors, pink girls bedding. Negatives would be baby, toddler, nursery, right? So, so you can set all this into different ad groups if you want, and then different keywords, right? And then what are the negative? So one more match type I'm trying to tell you is this is called negative match. Negative match keywords means you don't want the ad to show if that keyword is present in the search query. For example, the word, so like the world, you know, the WWF, the World Wildlife Fund, right? So they actually have like Save the Tigers program or something. So like they may buy the word tiger inside. So what will be the negative keyword? Well, not really, but like, you know, that means if someone keys in the word tiger or something.
Save tiger.
Like Airways, Tiger Airways, you don't want, it's not relevant if it has the word tiger in there, right? Right? So the negative keyword will be Airways. So if someone keys Tiger Airways, don't show the ad. Or Tiger Cup or something like that. Cup, you know, football, and don't show that. Tiger Beer, don't show that. Right? Right? So that's what I mean by negative keyword. So like Apple, if you're selling Washington apples, Apple computer is a negative match. Okay? Because you've been of apples, right? So that's very important. All these match types help you manage your click-through rate because you only show the ad where it's really relevant. So your impressions get lower because you're more targeted. But because you're more targeted, your clicks get higher, so your CTR becomes higher, right? So you get higher CTR, better quality score, better ad rank. Okay? So we're going to talk about how you write great ad copy. So how you write it. So this is a text ad copy. So usually text ads appear in your search campaigns. Can text ads appear in display too? Yes or no? Yeah, you can have text ads in display as well. Sometimes if you go to a browser, you can see these text ads appear and they don't have any particular pictures around it or anything, photos, but it's just text. And they work pretty well too. So anyway, search only has text ads, has no images, alright? Have you ever seen an image ad in Google search? Have you? Are there any images for Google ads? No. In general, no. But there's something called Google Shopping, which is only in the US, where you can, if you go search, you can see the product pictures. But it's not an ad, it's not a banner ad. Okay? It's just a photo of the product. Okay? But generally, Google search doesn't show any banner ads, no display ads, right? Only text ads. And that means copywriting is a big skill here. Okay, so if you're in marketing, copywriting is a main skill set. Copywriting means you're writing the message. Okay, like, you know, Google advertising agencies, they have copywriters and stuff like that. So now there are positions for people who just write ad copy for Google Ads, because it's actually very hard to write a very concise ad. Because the maximum number of letters you can put in at the top, this is called a headline, is only 25 characters. Display URL, you can decide what URL it is, stash in here, is only 35 characters. And the description combined is 35 here as well, it's only 70, and so the whole thing here is 70, right? Your entire URL, destination URL, can only be 1024 characters. So when you have the message, it has to be very, very concise and precise when you write the copy. So, let's use an example. So if you're a fictitious company, adventure travel packages, and you offer trips to many countries, why don't you have let's have an attempt to write an ad for this ad group, for this India travel packages, right? So we're going to run through some best practices around an ad. So you're talking about keywords like India travel packages, India travel package, India travel packages, travel package to India. So this is your ad group. Okay, so now you have all these keywords ready. Let's write an ad for this ad group, right? So this ad group again has to be very relevant keywords, right? You can't just campak inside there, rojak lah, okay? It has to be talking about travel packages to India in this ad group. So the ad needs to talk about India travel packages. So the best practice is include at least one keyword in your ad text. So whether it's India travel or India, you can put it in the ad headline, or you can even put it inside the URL, the display. This is called the display URL. It's not necessarily the actual URL that you click will go to. You are given the liberty to, as long as the domain, this domain before the .com, this .com is the same as the destination URL, that's fine. You can play around what you put it at here. Okay, this is just for show only lah. Okay, but don't put a completely different domain here lah. Don't put your Asia, you don't put MAS lah. It has to be the same as your real website. But the path what you can play around is you can put the India keyword here. You can put award-winning India travel tours in the description. And then usually the last is what I call a call to action. When call to action means when you have an ad, you want people to see the benefits. The headline is to get people's attention. And then you need to talk about what the benefits of the product are. So like award-winning will be benefits. And then you have a call to action. Like this one has a call to action and a benefit inside. Book your trip now, so that you today, and click on it, and then you can save 15%, right? So it's playing around with a lot of key things that will make you want to click on the ad, so you get a good CTR. Okay. So highlight what makes your business product unique. So like award-winning is something that stands out. It's a key feature, right? So you put that in your discussion, and then you have things like include prices, promotion, and exclusive. So you put things like save 15%, or you can actually put the price of the product in there. So like if you go back to the handphone example, so Samsung Galaxy S6, when you first key in, or you see the cheapest phones, or also best smartphones in the market, that could be your first keyword you key in for the person who starts the purchasing journey. And then later on, they find out actually they read a review, Samsung Galaxy X is one of the better smartphones. They start keying Samsung Galaxy S6. Then after that, you go cheapest Samsung Galaxy S6. So you have different ads to target different people in the purchasing funnel. Does that make sense? And you show different ads. So you can actually do that. So this one, include prices will be important if the person is very close to buying and they're quite price sensitive already, then they will click on your ad. If you, especially you put the price, they already research, they know it's like, I don't know how much it costs nowadays, like 1,600 or whatever it is. You could say, I mean, we only charge you 1,299. And everyone sees that, who they've done the research, they will definitely click on your ad and even buy straight away. Okay? Tell the customers what to do. So the call to action, so book your trip now or today, it needs to be in the call to action. Okay? that sometimes there are certain things that you can't put in the ad copy, which we'll cover later on. Okay? There are policies around writing the stuff. For example, you can't say in the ad, click here. Google doesn't allow you, you'll ban your ad, like, you know, stop your ad from running, disapprove your ad, because you're encouraging people to click on it. So that's sort of like falsely for asking people to click, so they won't encourage you to do that. But you can say book your trip here, find out more here, things like that, right? Don't use click here, okay? So I will talk a little more about those ad policies later on. And your ad needs to match the landing page. So your landing page is talk about India travel packages, award winner. And when your ad talks about award winning, it has to be relevant. Remember your landing page quality thing? Don't you put here India travel, then here is like US or something, right? Completely different country, right? It's not going to be good. Okay, so these are some of the best practices around it. So that means you need consistency around it. If you say 30% discount, please show 30% discount on your landing page. Don't show something else. So use power words like download, join for free, shop stylish shoes online now. So you can use this exclamation marks in your ad copy, but you can't put it in the headline. You can only put it in the description. And only once in the description, but not in the headline. Does that make sense? So that means, like for example here, you can only put the exclamation mark either here or here. You can't put it here. And only once, alright? Don't worry, I'll cover more of that afterwards. Okay? So use this sort of very effective words, right? Buy online now, that sort of things. You know, very action-oriented words. And so, sometimes if you don't write correctly and it breaches the policies, you'll get a disapproval message and say the ad is breaching Google's policies, right? So, give you an example of what Google doesn't like in the ad copy. Something like this: lose 20 pounds in 3 days. Like, you don't say that. Why? Because the only way you can say that is you have something that claims, that supports this, right? If like someone did research your product really like can guarantee you lose 20 pounds in 3 days, then if you have some scientific sort of backing around it, then they will let you lah. But if you don't, then don't put this kind of thing lah. Like, you know, weight loss kind of thing, or like make $1 million in like 3 days or something like that. You know, that's kind of scammy thing. You can't run those ads. Because they are just promises, they are not backed up by anything. But you can say a whole new way to diet, right? You get people's attention to click on the ad, okay? So, don't use the word free, like sort of capitalized like that, you know? So free, don't use like FREE software downloads. You can't really use this sort of capital letters thing going on here, because you can't make it, you know, sort of capital like that. You can only use like free software. Maybe the first letter of the word is capitalized. Can't put like free, FRE, you know, all in capital letters. Okay. You can also you must also be able to prove that whatever you say here sort of makes sense. Like for example, antivirus software catches more viruses than the rest. Says who? Right? The best restaurant in KL. I mean, like, says who? Your mother? I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't really just say that, right? It has to be award winning by, you know, like someone already gave you an award, and then you actually show Google, okay, yeah, I got an award, okay, fair enough, you use it. They actually go and look at your documents. They will ban you first, and then you have to submit a document, and then they will give you, once you submit the documentation, then only they allow you to do that. The other thing sometimes is branded keywords can't be in there as well, unless you have the absolute right, or you show them a document you are like the authorized distributor for Malaysia for Sunto watches or something like that. Then you can put the word Sunto watch in there. If not, you can't use that brand. It doesn't belong to you. Okay? So like you have to prove it, that whatever you can do is correct. So use correct grammar and spelling. Don't use like your or you are. Don't use your kind of WhatsApp message language in the ad lah. Okay. Don't put for you, that kind of thing lah. You know, and then like multiple exclamation mark like that. You know, book your lifetime adventure. You know. You only allow one exclamation mark in your ad, as I mentioned, it cannot be in the headline. I told you that already, right? So you can't do all this for you thing, alright? Can't use this kind of thing as well, like, you know, like bad language kind of thing here, you know, you can't do that. Okay? You can't also use things like, do things like, unique guided trips from $200, and if your website doesn't say it's $200, it's like everything there is like $10,000 and above, and you know it's not a good thing to do, right? Try not to use things like this, now, book now kind of thing, just repetition kind of thing to sort of beat people who click on it. Can't do that, okay? You can't use the word best also, like I say, who says who. Alright? No, if no one authoritative tells you that, you can't say you're the best, right? So you can't do this kind of copy. And they say you can't use the brand names, you can't forget the Hilton and Marriott, like kind of saying bad things about the brand. First of all, you can't use the brand name, it's not yours, and you can't like saying bad things about other people kind of thing. Okay? So basically in this case it's more like you're using a trademark name, so you can't use it unless you're allowed to do so. Like say you can't use the word click here. Okay? You can say find out more, that sort of stuff. Okay? So the next thing I wanted to show you is, remember I talked about ad extensions? So there's different type of ad extensions. You can see the multiple links, sometimes you see the number and stuff like that. So we can go through this. So why is ad extension, you can remember why are extensions good? What does it really help? It helps you in the ad ranking directly. How? It makes your ad bigger, it has more opportunities for people to click on, right? It has, you know, if you have a site link extension, you can have multiple links, extra links down there, and it makes your ad look bigger, and people will click on it more, right? So you don't have to pay extra for it or anything like that. It's the same thing, it's just that. So ad extensions will only show when your ad appears in the first 3 positions, usually. Right? Or if you're ranked in a certain, so it doesn't show all the time, only when you're occupying the top couple of spots, you will give you the extra space, they will give you that ability to do that. So what are the different types of ad extensions? There's site linked extensions, there's location extensions, there's call extensions. Site links, you have the additional links you can put there, like or contact us is also here, and or the name of the product categories are there. Location extensions, that means you can put in your address. Call extensions, you can put your phone number. App extensions, if you have a mobile app, you have a Google Play Store app, you can actually put and then it shows that this is an app, download now, that kind of stuff. Review extension, so if you have a good review, just now remember we saw a review extension that has the stars and rated by which magazine, so you can link it with, let's say, a review, like a site like Yelp or something like that, that partners with Google, you can add the review extension. Basically, a call-out extension is it just allows you to put in more detail about your product. You know, it just gives you more description. Okay, so like I said, you help location extensions help nearby customers find your business because it has your location in there, and you can trigger when you're near a location. Call extensions, you can call people directly. It has a phone number there. Site links, I said more pages. Drives install for your mobile app, for app extensions. Review extensions, I say it shows, we give it good rating. Okay, and call-out extensions includes additional text. So like this here, what is this called? This is a location extension. It has the address here. And this address usually is linked to your Google Plus page, right? In the maps and stuff like that, you need to create a listing first with your address, and then you can link it with the ads, and Google Ads, and it shows this address for you. So it has, you click on it, you go to Google Maps for you. Like I said here, click on it, if you go, sometimes you have this thing that actually shows up, right? The map. A call extension is like that. You can see a call button here. If you use your mobile phone right now, if you key in maybe I'm not sure why you key in the term Flowers Malaysia or something like that, you may see some ads which have the call extension. Okay? Or like plumber or something like that, you probably see like a call extension. Okay? And it shows up usually in like your mobile phone. If it's a desktop, you have the number like that. Okay. Site links extensions is when you have those multiple categories here, remember I just told you about, like men's shoes, women's shoes. These are all actually links that link back to the website that you want, the specific page. And again, you don't have to pay extra for this, okay? You don't have to bid higher or anything like that, it still works. App extensions are like this, so if you have an app installed on the website or your mobile phone, you key in keywords, you can click and then you can download the app if you want. Sometimes even if you have the app installed in the thing already, you can click your app actually goes in, you click on the ad, you go straight to your app as well. But this one is more like for downloading. If you look at hotel apps, ad will come out and it has actual call to action. You have to download for free. And this one is review extensions. It shows you like the reviews. Sometimes it has the stars like that, right? Like the one you saw just now. The caller extension it just gives you additional line to describe more like price match guarantee, easy returns and exchanges. You can add this in there. So these extensions are good. Like I said, it gives you additional space to talk more about your ad, your product. And it shows you, like say, the top 3 positions kind of thing. Okay, it doesn't show you all the time. So if you have so many extensions, people ask me, so which one's going to show? What if I set up everything like that, which one's going to show? All wow, very long already. Google is just going to pick one, the most appropriate one, and show. Okay, it chooses, its algorithm will choose. If it's a location thing, it just show a location extension. Right? If there's a mobile one, you show the mobile app one. Okay? So it's like, it doesn't throw everything for you, okay? Don't be so kiasu over everything, wow, try to get everything out there. So ads should pick. Okie dokie. So I highly encourage you to do that. So this call extensions help you increase your CTR, gives you opportunity to click. CTRs help you with your quality score. And quality score helps you in your ad rank. Ad rank equals to maximum cost per click multiplied by quality score. Okay? And what's the actual cost that you pay? It's just 1 cent above whatever, you know, the quality score divided by the ad rank that you have. You get it for the next guy, right? So just remember that. So setting up your first campaign, what I'm gonna do here is, after I'm gonna finish this, we can continue tomorrow, but the next 10 minutes I'm gonna show you how you set up your first campaign. So what you can do is, I'm going to show you a real screenshot. If you have your Google AdWords open up, you can join me in creating an ad now. So an ad will be something like, you open Google AdWords. So if you go to Google AdWords, you can just look at this and you can say, if you go inside here, all campaigns, you click campaigns, all campaigns here. You can just click on new campaigns like that, and it will ask you to choose what network it is, right? So remember, your AdWords is divided into campaigns, and then under campaigns is ad groups, right? And then inside the ad groups there's the ad and the keywords, correct? So you can start off creating a new campaign. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you where I think it was here. What happened to my oh, it's here. Okay. So I'm going to click here the campaign. So I've created some campaigns here already, right? Just give you an example how it looks like. Alright. So I have some campaigns existing here. And inside each campaign, if I click on it, you will see multiple ad groups. Right? Multiple ad groups. If I click on this ad group, it should have the ad and the keywords, right? So I have the ad inside and in this ad group, and I have all the keywords in here. Okay? And these keywords are, you can see, they're all broad keywords. There is no exact match or phrase match and stuff. You can change that later on as you go. You can add in if you wanted to. So, what I want to do is I'm going to create a new campaign. So you just click here like that, plus this thing here. And I'm going to choose what network I'm going to choose. Search or display. These are the two common ones. This one, don't worry about too much, but it is combined to two. Don't worry. Just care about these two, alright? Just ignore this. Don't just care about these two first. These are the main ones anyway. So click on search network because we're running on search now. And then you click here, then you can name your campaign. So let's say I'm going to name this catering one. I'm going to use maybe catering in English. Maybe the word Muslim catering or something like that, to target people who are Muslims but they're keen in English. Okay, so I'm going to read search network. It really shows this, and then what you want to do is you want to click on this all features thing here. So actually, I should click on this first. It just resets itself. Okay, so I tell you why they have this called the all features thing. Campaign here is, what was I just now? Muslim catering, sorry. So why all features here? So why is that standard and all features? Because to be honest, Google is so big, some people don't really care about these all features. They just want to use the baby version, which is standard. But you guys are professionals, so you have to click on the all features one. Don't worry about the mobile app installs and this kind of stuff. These are just additional things that are part of search. If you want to use mobile, you want to market a mobile app, you choose mobile app installs, but the whole thing is still the same. You still use keywords, ad groups, all the stuff. It's just more suited for mobile apps. You use this one. So then you choose the network, get searched here. So you pick a search for you, and then you can choose basically devices here. By default, it shows to all the devices. All right. So Google doesn't actually allow you to pick the whether it's mobile or not in the campaign level. But later on, you can bid lower if it's a mobile phone or a desktop. You can't exclude and say don't want mobile. Okay, because it encourages you to market mobile, right? So you can't really choose your device at the search level, but you can bid differently for mobile, tablet, and later on in your ad groups. But then you choose your location here. So this one you can choose your location, or you put Malaysia like that, or you can just put Petaling Jaya or something like that. Put in that. It tells you what the reach number of people are roughly. Okay, like that. Or if you want to be advanced, you click the advanced search. Remember I talked about the length and the long stuff, right? If you use this thing called radius targeting, you can just key in the length and the long stuff, or you can just click on this blue button here. You can just highlight like this particular location or something like that. See the length and long here? It can be pretty precise. Okay, like I said, just around this area. You want to make some pocket money, you just talk to all the restaurants around here, you run some ads like maybe a couple $100. Okay, so do that. So you can target all this and you can choose the location, right? Like that. So you can also target people who are searching for a location. Let's say you put my location is Petaling Jaya, right? You can actually say the targeting is people in this location, physically searching for this location, PJ, or people show interest in this targeted location. What does it actually mean? It means if you actually put this target of people in searching for, that means even if you perpetually just keys in the word Petaling Jaya in there, the ad will appear. Okay? So even though you did, maybe the guy is in the US, is a student in the US and looking for Petaling Jaya wedding in Petaling Jaya, where it is, the ad will show there in the US because they key in the word searching for PJ here. If you want to show people just in their location by IP address, then you click to choose the second one, means only my targeted PJ area people, my audience here who are searching for it, then only show. Okay, so this is these are the two different types of things you need to think of. Third one is people searching for or who show interest in my targeted audience. So this one doesn't means that you don't have to be in that location. As long as you're searching for it or you show interest in it, it will show that. Like you're in Russia or something, you put I will show. Okay, same goes for exclusion. So these are like sort of basic targeting methods at campaign level, and then you set your language. You can set multiple languages if you want, but in a campaign. But my advice to you is set one language per campaign, because your ad copy is, pretty much going to be in that one language, right? So you target in Bahasa Malaysia, or you target in like French or something like that, but all your ad groups are all in English. Like that means the Google website language preference is in French. Then what you mean by language is the Google language setting. So if your Google language setting, it means you're a French guy lah, or girl lah. If not, you won't set your thing in French, right? You could be a French guy working here, then you can target, that's fine, but you have to understand. So make sure that you target a language, it's your ad groups and all, everything is suited for the same language, right? So you have a default bid, you can put $1. Default means if you don't add in detail what it is, you're just going to go to the default, the main one. I mean, like all things, if you just specify, it's going to be $1. Okay? And then you set your budget here. So the budget is what? Is it set on a monthly basis or yearly or what was it? It's a daily budget, right? So you can put there like $10 a day or something if your budget is. Your monthly budget is 3,000 and it's $10 a day lah. Okay? Okay, so don't worry too much about this. Then you can choose your ad extensions here. You can put located extensions and site links and all that kind of stuff. You can set it up here. Okay? So you can have about us, and I already set one up here. So package perkawinan is my addition. These are additional site links I put in here. Okay? So if you want, I can create a new site link like that. Okay, and then I can put what URL it's going to be, that kind of thing. I'm not going to put it in, I'm just showing you an example, right? You can set a new one here if you want. Okay, so you can play around with different extensions, and then you can also have an end date. You can set please expire stop after a certain date. You can also schedule to show a certain time. Remember I gave you the Pizza Hut example? Only certain times. And you can bid higher in those certain times, 30% more, 20%, 25% more during that period. Okay, so I'm going to just click here save, and I created my campaign. So once I created my campaign, is that the end? Not like I haven't even put my keywords, I haven't created my ad yet, right? So that's where you start putting in your ad, you name it. So my ad group is going to be based on Muslim, what was it just now? Catering. So then I can create my text ad. So like I said, don't worry too much about this dynamic search ad, mobile app engagement. These are all text ads in any case, right? So just choose this text ad and put there. I can put my headline is Muslim catering. Or Muslim catering in PJ, something like that. Weddings. Can do Reese or something like that. So, help me out here. What's the final line you have? A call to action, right? So, inquire for, inquire now for special promotions or something like that. Special discounts, right? And you're allowed to have how many exclamation marks? One only in the description, cannot be in the headline. Cannot put inside here, okay? Cannot do like that. Cannot turn down one, okay? Then you put the name of the... So the display URL is as long as the real URL. So like that. That's the name of the site. I can put one thing there, like just fake it, put there promo or something like that. Okay? But this one here, has to be the real URL. Okay? So I create for that, and then I key in my keywords in here. So the wedding, catering. So all your keywords here, I can add all these keywords here. So they actually recommends to you all the other keywords here. You can add here. They actually recommend actually the company here. So again, the keyword is wedding catering. So it has to be wedding catering inside here. So find related keywords, right? Or the target keyword target is catering with the C in front. So this could be sort of related as well. But it doesn't have the word Muslim. So maybe you should pick the right one. Okay. Anyway, these are just suggestions. And then you save the ad group. Here, your ad is created with the keywords and the ad in the campaign that is named Muslim Catering. Here. Okay, see this? I'm obviously going to pause this because I'm just doing this for this testing purposes. Okay, so I'm going to pause it here. Okay, that's how you create an ad. Alright, so what I want you guys to do is, can you go back and create an ad? And we come back tomorrow and we talk more. So you need to play around with it, and you need to watch the videos, because I didn't cover every single thing that's going to come out in the exam. But I covered the most important things. So when you watch the videos, you understand what I'm talking about. Okay, so please watch the videos if you really want to pass the exam. Like I said, you don't have to pass it the first time, but pass the second time, it's fine. It's completely acceptable, alright? People are senior executives in the digital advertising community fail a couple of times too, alright? But anyway, go for it. What's that? 6 o'clock tomorrow, alright? I'll see you here. Okay, cool? Alright, have a good night. If you haven't had dinner, we'll get dinner. Like 20% more than your daily budget to help you so-called maximize your budget, your results. And it's also a way Google make more money. Okay, so I'm just telling you these additional points now that you understand the basics. Other kind of settings. What else do you need for targeting? Location, right? Like where the user is. When you're targeting location, you're talking about where the user is. And what are different kinds of settings for location settings? Whether the person is located in the area based on the IP address of the user, or the very person searching for it, for that information, say it's Petaling Jaya, has the keyword Petaling Jaya, and you still show. If you don't want those people to do that, just remove that setting and change the settings, right? There are 3 different advanced settings in there. Alright, so I'm going to move on. So basically, when you create a campaign, I showed you this yesterday, I'm going to read very, very quickly. You just click on this campaign, search choose the network that you want, search a display. So this one just shows on the search network or search partners. Do you know what a search partner is? I explained to you yesterday. Give me one example of a search partner. AOL, right? Okay. In fact, that's the only one that I know actually. And display network is the other one, which basically you saw it shows on YouTube, it shows on all the websites that have part of the Google Display Network or the Google AdSense program, right? Okay. Search network display select. Basically, this one allows you to show on both using just the keywords. So what it does is you key in the words recipes or like catering or whatever it is. Google's algorithm, if you choose this network, both, it will pick for you and show your ads, your text ads, and only text ads, okay, there are no image ads, even though it's a display network. It will show you across the display network and show you across the search network based on the keywords, and it finds the best results and it puts the money for you in whichever network that gives you the best results, maybe click-through rates or conversions or whatever it is. Understand? Normally, I don't use this unless usually it's for people who don't really know what to do. They will use this because they just don't know. They just want ads to appear. They just throw it in there. Okay, so usually if you're an advanced user, you usually don't use that. You can play around and see whether it gives you any results, but usually
People don't do that. But it gives you the option to do so. What in the world is this? So this is the entire settings page. I'm not sure why I put it there, but essentially there's a lot of settings, just trying to tell you. So you can name your campaigns. So the thing about naming your campaigns is you need to have a way to name it so you can identify it easier. So for one way to use it, you use prefixes like that. So like this one could be, you indicate the network, like search, the location, US, the language, right? And this one could be the name of the product or something like that, right? You can do like CTB is a tablet, this one is mobile, and then you can put a name of the campaign, like behind here is catering or something like that. So when you do this, you put in this acronym, so you know, okay, we can have filters in there. Imagine if you have like hundreds of campaigns in there, you don't really want to scroll down with that. You want to search it very quickly and use these keywords like SRCH, define all as search, or US, or wherever it is. You have a convention already, you need to organize it properly. If not, it'll be all jumbled up, very hard to manage. Alright, that's how you organize your campaign names. You can also do the same for your ad groups. So within the ad groups, I say usually within a campaign you shouldn't have more than like 10 to 20 ad groups, to be honest with you. Right? Because it has to be very, very tight, right? Within a campaign. And the thing about your ad groups is, if you put a budget, say 10 ringgit, you have too many ad groups in there, your budget will finish very quickly. And again, Google will only apportion that budget to the highest performing ad groups. So imagine you have 10, 20, like 20 or 30 ad groups in there. Not all of your ad groups are going to get shown because your budget is limited by your budget, right? So what you want to do is you want to turn those ad groups into different campaigns so you can allocate specific budgets for it. Does that make sense? If not, you get a forgotten child in there. You know, some people have 10 kids and some people have 1. So, you know, the one with 10 kids will get very little attention, right? Same goes for the ad groups. You're going to have like 20 ad sets, ad groups in there, and they're going to get enough food to eat. Okay? Okay, so you can choose the network, like I said here. You can do search display, choose the devices. Like I said, by default, it shows all devices. You can, if you're using display only, display allows you to choose the tablets of the device. Search doesn't allow you to choose the device. Does that make sense? Search, you cannot choose the device, but display you can. Remember that, alright? So when you're only in display only, you choose the device, you can choose the OS and different kind of models, and you can also select the carrier. Carrier means which telco, whether it's Maxis or DG or where it is in Malaysia. You can choose that. So if your client is DG, then you can just show your ads to all the DG carriers, right? Or you want to steal some customers from Maxis, you're a DG, you buy targeting the Maxis carrier, right? So you want to steal the customers. Okay. So locations, you can, like I said yesterday, I already explained to you, you can use the advanced settings to choose your location, or you can key in the location. You can select like that, or you can use the advanced settings to actually choose the map, to actually use the marker to select. This is called radius targeting. You can actually use the latitude and longitude coordinates to target like that. Okay, so this is radius targeting. You can also add multiple locations. You have a very long list. You can upload it into a sheet in there and just do that. But to be honest with you, normally I limit locations to individually a campaign or a language setting to one campaign. Because you can't have like multiple languages in one campaign when you act, and like, you know, all your ad copy is like, you know, all different, you know, maybe in English, but you target like France or like China or something, and it doesn't make sense, right? So even though you're allowed to do that, usually you don't structure it that way, unless you don't have time or you're lazy, you just chuck everything there. If you do that, obviously your campaigns are going to run very well. Does that make sense? So you can also, by location, adjust, like if you have multiple locations, you can say, I'm going to adjust more bids for this, right? So budgets and bids are two different things, all right? So budget is how much you can spend. A bid is something you put on a particular keyword or a targeting. How much are you willing to bid? The maximum CPC, that's your bid. Okay, so don't get confused, budget and bids, okay? They're two different things altogether. Sure, they have to do with money, but they're two different things. Budget is how much total funding that you have. Bid is just how much you're willing to pay for a click. Does that make sense? Alright, so what can you pay? What's the bidding method? You pay by clicks, right? For search. And in display, you pay by clicks and you pay by 1,000 impressions. They call it CPM. Does anyone know why CPM, they call it CPM, cost per 1,000 impressions? So M, because M stands for 1,000, right? So you can do this bid adjustments, means you're willing to pay X% more for each click. So increase it by 20% for this location. And this is what I call a bid multiplier. You can multiply, you can apply it to locations. You can apply it to time as well. Certain times of the day, you said, remember I gave you the Pizza Hut example? You want to bid more from 7 o'clock at night to 11. You can choose that in your ad scheduling, which I'll show you later on. You can say increase it by 30%. That means your normal default bid is at $1. You're telling it, hey, you know, you can bid up to $1.20 if you want to, specifically based on the time. So and you do this all at the campaign level. All right, you set all this bid adjustment stuff at the campaign level. All right. So you can set it up in language. You can, let's say, choose the different languages as well. So this language is based on what? Language of the person speaking, or what? Language of the Google, right? So I mean, like Google is not smart enough to know whether this guy speaks Swahili or, you know, French or something. He's following the settings of the Google search engine. Right, so that sort of gives you an idea. For example, how would you target an expat? So that I say your client sells wine to expatriates, in like specifically French wine or something like that. Then what you do, you can just target French people who are in Malaysia. The language targeting will be French, right? Because they're obviously in Malaysia, but their Google is probably set default to French. You can target people like that. So the skill is actually knowing in detail all these settings. Because the more you know about the different settings, the more powerful it is. You can come up with ideas for your marketing. That's why I say it's a fusion of using your marketing creativity with the technology. Because so the more familiar you are with the tool and the technology, the more ideas you can generate and you can do better. Do you understand what I mean? So I'm done with the settings. I'm going to go on to bidding. And also, second part of the settings is bidding and budgeting, right? So I should touch on a little earlier on. So bidding, you set on CPC. You can set your default bids, and then you set your daily budget. All this is all in the campaign setting. A default bid means if you key in your keywords, so if you set up your keywords yesterday, you put in like 10 keywords, how does it know what your bid is? When you created a campaign yesterday, you created an ad group, right? So after when you created a campaign, you had to set a default bid, right? You put $1 or something like that, right? So when you go to the level of a keyword later on, you don't have to say these 10 keywords, I'm going to bid one by $1. You don't have to, because the campaign already gives you a default automatically. But if you individually later on go inside the ad group and fix one by one, change it manually, you can do so. Okay, that's what a default means. It just makes things easier for you, so if you don't fill it up, then it falls back to this setting. Budget is, like, you know, I explained to you, it's by day. And then you have this type of bidding method. So you can manually set your bids by clicks. So CPC, manually set it. Or you can get Google to actually maximize your clicks for you, to automatically bid for you. what does it actually mean? So manually bid means, so for example, if you bid for your keyword, sometimes your bid is not high enough, Google will not show your ad. It tells you, excuse me, your bid is not high enough, you only bid 20 cents. The minimum bid to even show, let's say it's Flowers Malaysia, very competitive, like it's $5 per click. You're like bidding 20 cents, your ad's not going to show. It tells you that you have to bid higher, right? So you have to go manually in there to change it. Okay? You have to manually change it. And I'll show you how that gets done, but this is your basic settings. But if you don't want to manually set it, because you'll be very tired looking at Google AdWords every half an hour to see whether your bid gets hit by the limit or not. So what normally people do is they have a rough idea of what the market is like. They get Google to set it for them automatically. Alright? So Google automatically bids, but you can set a cap. You can say anything not more than $5. So Google will bid, oh, actually hovers around average $2.50. So you know that it's amount already, then you can then start bidding manually at $2.50. Alright, so you can get Google to do the hard work for you, and then you slowly do that. But the danger is if you don't set a limit to that, you can end up paying for $10 per click or something. Right? So that's how you do that. And then the other settings that you see here is this thing called Enhanced CPC. So this one is on manual bidding. Google and AdWords and also Google AdWords will set the bids for you automatically. Now there's another one that Google will also help you set. It's called Enhanced CPC and Conversion Optimizer here. So I'll talk a little bit more about this later, but essentially, when you have this thing called conversion tracking installed, conversion tracking means you install the tracking to tell you how many at the end of the process. So for example, if you are Lazada and when someone goes there and buy, they click on an ad, they click on an ad and they land on the website, and then the website they add to cart, and then they went to key in their credit card, and then they pay, and then land on the receipt page, so they finish the whole transaction. Every time they reach the receipt page, or a thank you page, that's called a conversion. So you can actually tell Google AdWords, you just need to put a snippet of code, which I'll cover afterwards. Just put a code at the end of the receipt page, so every time that page loads, that means the code gets loaded, it fires an instruction and tells Google AdWords, hey, our ad got converted, woohoo, right? So that's a conversion. And when you get all this data in, then you say, hey, AdWords, this ad group, this campaign got me 10 conversions every week or every day. That data, you can use that data to tell Google to bid for you automatically based on that conversion. Like, so let's say if you're running this campaign for the past 6 months, every day you get 10 sales, and the cost per sale of your total ad. So you spend $100, say you get spent $1,000, and you get 100 sales in a month. So your cost per conversion is how much? You spend $1,000, you got 100 transactions. What's the cost per transaction? 10, right? So that's your average cost per transaction by $10. That means for every $10 you spend in AdWords, you get one sale, right? So if you have this data, you can then tell Google, hey, Mr. Google, since you have all this data already, why don't I just set the cost per conversion, the cost per sale to be $10? You just be whatever the heck you want. I don't care whether it's $1.50 to $50. It has all the data, statistical analysis. It will just continuously show. Yeah, and it will bid automatically for you. So you don't have to set your bid, it will just bid for you automatically. Make sure that it keeps it at $10 per conversion for you. But this only works if you have enough data. If your data fluctuates or there's seasonality and then Hari Raya comes, it screws out the whole thing, then it doesn't work. Alright? So you have to watch out for that. But anyway, we'll talk a little bit more about that later, but definitely this enhanced CPC and focus on conversions here assumes that you have this thing called conversion tracking. Right? Which is that tracking code you need to put in there to tell Google that you achieved your goal from the ads. Good job, right? The other one that you have is focus on impressions. Now this one only shows in what network? The display network, okay? There's also impressions in Google search. By the way, stuff on ad copy yesterday, do you remember for ad copies, for different kinds of ads, can you have a banner ad in search? Do you have images in search keywords and see images there? No, alright? It's only on a display network. And so, can you please also, when you read through your notes, remember all the no-nos for ad copy? Like, how many times can you put the exclamation mark in your ad copy? Once, so it cannot be in the headline, right? Yeah, so those are actually very important because they'll come out in the exam, right? We'll do that later on. Okay, so I went through this just now with you already. And focus on conversions, we'll explain to you using the conversion tracking. This one is focused on conversions, the conversion optimizer. Remember, I just told you now, if you have enough data, you can say, hey, you know what, I'm willing to pay if I know my cost per sale or cost per act. They call it CPA, cost per action, right? Is $18.10. I will just target, let's say, my maximum is $15, right? Or $18. Usually, you should do this, if they recommend you $18, you should just go for $18. Because if you need a bit less, sometimes you won't have enough budget to show. But in any case, that is your target. You can set the target maximum cost per sale or cost per action here. Okay? Then Google will bid whatever they want to make sure they meet this $15 per sale, $15 per action. But at the end of the day, you still pay by clicks, alright? You still pay by clicks. It's just that the measurement for them to show how many times so you get the clicks is based on this calculation of how on average you will get the 100 conversions at $15 or $18 per transaction. Okay? So it's smart enough to do that for you. Is everyone clear, or are you guys confused as to what the heck I just talked about just now? Is that alright? Okay. So I'm going to move on. Don't worry, when you cover the questions, you go through it again. Right. So for display network, this is only for CPM. Okay, just repeating myself here. There are other advanced options like other kinds of bidding strategies. So cost per click using conversions to bid or manual CPC bidding, automatic. The other one is automatic bidding, which I told you that Google will automatically find the bid for you, right? That's so to give you a recap. That's the most basic one is manual bidding. So you manually key in how much it is every like half an hour or whatever it is, or every day, 3 times a day. Then there's automatic bidding, which just Google and we can cap it and say, hey, just find the average cost per click for me, but cap it at $5. That's the second one for automatic bidding. The third one is using enhanced CPC that takes into account your conversion information. And so you get your conversion information, it tries to kind of find the best biddings for you to get the most conversions. And the fourth one is called conversion optimizer, which is very similar to enhanced bidding, but essentially both of them do pretty much the same thing. Okay, which is using the conversion data again, figure out what your target cost per conversion is. So the difference between enhanced bidding and cost per conversion is cost per conversion allows you to set the target CPA. Enhanced CPC doesn't allow you to do that, but you will still use the conversion data. Okay? So now this conversion track, this CPA thing only comes out. You can only select it if you have enough conversion data. Like, you know, I think the requirement is like for the past 30 days, it has a minimum number of conversions. Okay? So the next type of bidding is what I call flexible bid strategies. This one they're actually very different types of flexible bid strategies. But the more common one is you can say is, hey Google, maximize the number of clicks for me. So you can say, I don't care, just bid, just get the maximum clicks for me. You can do that. Bid as high as possible so I get maximum number of clicks. So that's like, if Unilever wants you to get as many people as possible and search for people keying in the word shampoo, I don't care, whatever it is, when someone keys in the word shampoo, I want my ad up there. right? So, or I will get as many clicks as possible, you can maximize that. Or you can do what I just said just now, target the search page location. You can say that whatever it is, I want my ad to be number one. I don't care how much it's going to cost me. I'm just going to just make sure that I get number one all the time. Okay, you can use that. That's a called flexible bidding strategy. There are many, actually, quite a few flexible bidding strategies. We just picked two for you. There can also be another one, flexible bidding strategy, where you can bid higher than your competitor. So let's say I am MAS. As long as I bid higher than AirAsia for the keyword flights to Australia, then I will use this flexible bidding strategy to be higher than AirAsia or MAS or whatever it is. So okay, just understand there are all these different bid strategies. The common one is maximize clicks and target the location and say that I want to be number one all the time. Alright? Okay, so I went through this default bid, and so a final note for you, which I already talked to you just now, is basically Google can spend up to 20% more on your daily budget within a 30-day period, but over a 30-day average, it will try to normalize it for you to make it averaged at 30 days. Does that make sense? So let's say your budget is 3,000 ringgit. By right, your daily budget is about 100 ringgit a day, right? But on certain days, sometimes you can see it's 120 ringgit one. But then on the other days, it will lower it a little bit for you. Okay, so it does that. But if you suddenly stop in the middle of the month, then sorry, yeah. Okay. Other settings would be ad delivery, ad rotation, ad scheduling. So what does it actually mean? Ad delivery means you can just say, this is more like how the ads show. When you have the ads already, how does it show? You can say, show the ads evenly over the 24-hour period. So that means it actually limits it for you. So like, it sort of allocates for you in midnight. Let's say you only have 10 ringgit a day, you will try to even out throughout the entire day, right? Some people, what they do is they accelerate it so they show ads more quickly so that the budget finishes. So at least this way you don't lose market share during a certain period of time. For example, let's say your budget is only 20 ringgit, right? But most people key in the word perhaps looking for photocopiers or something like that during the mornings, 9 o'clock to lunchtime, most people search there. By lunchtime, your budget will be finished already because all the clicks will have finished, right? If you use standard show ads evenly, so it's when maybe at 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock, there were like 100 people keying for looking for photocopiers, Google will only show yours like 10 times out of 100 because you set it evenly throughout the whole 24 hours, right? So sometimes this default standard one is not the best because it's being restricted by things like your budget and things like that. So you can also schedule like your start date, end date, that kind of stuff you want it. So it's advisable to set an end date because if you don't set an end date, especially for a campaign, sometimes you forget. And what happens when you forget? Your credit card gets rolling and your ads get shown even though like the offer finished like last month or something like that. And like you only realize it 1 month later, 3 months later, all this while my credit card paying already. We're paying more 600, 700 ringgit a month, so I don't know. It happens, seriously. So when you put in your credit card, and then some of you put in your credit card, can you please make sure that your ads are not turned on after you play masak-masak with it? If not, you have your experiments running all over the internet. Okay, like tests. Right? Okay, don't do that, right? Turn it off. Okay. I think I showed you this yesterday. You can also change the times. Where I mentioned to you this pizza hit situation, right? You can set that and add this, and you can also bid differently for each of these times. Okay, so you can schedule it to just show only during work hours from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Every time don't bother showing. Okay, or don't show on certain days. Don't show over the weekends because everyone's not on the computer during the weekends, right? Then you can rotate your ads and optimize for clicks, optimize for conversions. What does this mean? Actually, this means when you have in your ad group, when you create ads, you can create many ads in there. It's not just one ad. So usually people create multiple ads, like 2 or 3 ads in the same ad group, variations of it. Like for example, one will be like catering perkahwinan, the other one catering perkahwinan DKL or something like that. You should change it, vary the ad copy a little bit, and then you can see which one has a better CTR. Then you stick to that one. But what Google does is if you pick optimize for clicks, it will pick the one that gives you the best CTR automatically if you have 3 or more than one ad. Okay? You can also optimize for conversions, means optimize for sale or like sign up or where it is based on the conversion data. You have conversion tracking, then you can actually tell Google, hey, show the ad that gave us the most sales one. Right? Then you choose the second one's optimized for conversions. So the ads show. This is at the ad group level, okay? You show the ad. You'll pick and choose the ad for you based on the data. Of course, you can manually just set and pause and just leave at one if you want to. I mean, that's the most basic way you can do that. You can also rotate evenly. Okay? Why would you want to rotate evenly? Sometimes you just want to see on a statistical approach, or in a sort of average manner, which one actually does better. Because sometimes this one is biased. It just gives it one with the highest CTR, but you don't really have maybe sometimes you don't have enough sample size, enough data to actually show it. So Google sometimes it may make a mistake and just optimize what it thinks has the highest CTR. But if you want to see it for yourself, you want to just evenly spread it out, say for a couple of days, then you can do so. Then there's this setting here for ad called frequency capping. And now this one only works if it's a display ad, like a banner or something. And frequency capping means you can actually cap the number of impressions per day, per campaign or per ad group. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to cap your display banners? How many times your display banner shows? Why do you want to cap it? Sorry? Yeah, sometimes budget, if you pay by CPM, well, yes, it's a way to control the budget. It's also the way to control the effectiveness. So sometimes the ad gets shown to the same people, like all the time. So you want to kind of limit that. So if the guy, usually the standard is like 7 times. If the ad has shown 7 times to the guy and the person hasn't clicked on it and done anything, don't bother showing it anymore. Okay? So you can actually limit it, set the cap of number of impressions per person per day for this campaign or per ad group or this ad. It's up to you how it is. It's limited to the individual user. Okay? So the same person doesn't see the ad over and over again. Okay, so that's how you create your own campaigns. I think which I quickly did yesterday, and some of you actually did. So when you then create your ads, you can then put in your ad copy, like that, your headline, description, display URL, and the destination. Can anyone remember how many characters you can put in the headline? How many? 25? Then what about the description? 35, right? 25, 35, 35, and then the display URL, and then there's a destination. I think it's like 1024 or something like that characters. Okay, so if you are exceeding that limit, it won't allow you to create the ad because it's too long. Okay. And so you can select the keywords like that. You can add the keywords in there and save your ad groups. So you can actually, at the ad groups, you can actually override the default bid if you want. But other than that, it will take the default bid from your campaign, like the $1 or $2 or whatever it is. Okay, if everything's okay, your ads will be showing. So if your ads don't show, it's usually because you breach some of the conditions in the ad copy, for example. Like you use someone's brand name, or like you use capital letters and all that kind of stuff in the inappropriate places. Or you come up with some sort of spammy copy, like look beautiful and like be the most beautiful person in like 3 days or something like that, or like the richest guy in like a week, $1 million in a week, sort of ridiculous statements. Your ads won't show, right? So if you face that, then you have to change it, and if it's okay, then you're ready to go. Any questions so far? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you AdWords again. So remember, this is AdWords. I'm not sure whether you can see from the back. Make it bigger for you. So once you have set it up already, right? The first time you set up the campaign, it looks different from when you already have set it up and it's running. So you can see this data here is already running. You have CTRs 5%. You got the impressions. You have the clicks. So your CTR is the clicks divided by impressions, right? So 5%. So these are all fairly decent CTRs. I mean, the lowest here is 2%, so anything more than 2 is quite okay. Then you have the cost per conversion, because I put in conversion tracking. You see conversions here, the number of sales or signups that I have. And then you actually calculate like what's the cost per sale, like cost per lead, like $50 or $100 or whatever it is. Okay, so you can look at all this data, and this data is actually from. This is actually where you can break down. This is at the campaign level. If you want to drill down to the ad group level, you click like that. It looks similar, right? But it's a different completely. It's the ad group level, all right? If you click on the ad group level, it shows you then the keyword level. The information looks similar as well, and that's where you find out the status. This is below the first paid average, and these are all broad keywords. Remember? Does anyone remember all the different match types? What are the different match types that you went through yesterday? There's broad, there's exact match, which is in parentheses, there's phrase match, which is on inverted commas, and then there's a broad match modifier, which has the plus thing in front. I just explained that one to you yesterday. You put a plus in front of each of these words. It doesn't matter what order it is, as long as you got two words with a plus in front, your ad will show. And so like things like that bid below first page bid, that's when you have to then change the bid. This one says $5.86, so I have to change it to $5.86 if I really want to kind of get it to show. So like $6 per click or something like that. Okay? So this is how you manually will change it. You click here, you can change it. Like this one says $3.84, it's $3.43 right now, so I'm going to change it to $3.90. Man, this is called manual bidding, remember? So I manually change it. If you set automatic, you will show auto here. If you use conversion optimizer, you'll also be auto here, because you're letting Google do all the work using the data and do it. Or the enhanced CPC, will say it's enhanced CPC is automatic here. But this is all manual bidding. If you click here, you can change it manually. That's what it means. So actually, the life of a person who manages AdWords, this is what they do. They just go in there and they change stuff, like $5.50. So is it worth doing $5.50 for something that has no conversions? Maybe not. I'm just changing it for the benefit of showing you. Actually, by right, I wouldn't even bother because it doesn't even have any conversions in here for that ad group. So like this whole entire ad group, this keyword, only the keyword that got me the conversion, so let's click here, which keyword got me a conversion, is catering sedap KL. But the click-through rates are okay. So like this one, the click-through rate looks a bit crappy, even though it's an exact match. Okay, actually this exact match is actually quite a general term for exact match. In fact, I'll actually pause this. Okay, even though it's exact match type, right? So, so this is how you typically look at it. And you can always filter it. If you pause it already, say, you know what, I just want to filter. I want to see all the eligible keywords. So you can filter it if you want. So I can create filters like that. Okay, so I can look at So let me, so you can look CTR is more than, I want to know which one has the best CTR, more than 3% or something apply. You just give me all the ads with the CTR above 3%. So I have one here that's 16.67%, but there's only one click lah. The sample size is very small, okay? So like a 110, this one's okay, 6.83, 10%, 55 impressions, 6 clicks. This is pretty relevant. So the point is, these people actually clicked on the ad. It means it's relevant, the ad is good, relevant quality. So if you look at it, you can actually see what the quality score is for this particular keyword. If I mouse over here, see this? So this one is not fantastic. The quality score is only 5 out of 10. And it tells you why it's so. The CTR is above average, yes, but the ad relevance sucks. And the landing page is below average. So what keyword is it again? Or is it this one? Halal catering service. So halal catering service, what was my ad? There's no halal in here, right? So you should change this. Either move this keyword to another ad group, or you change the ad copy, right? But again, it all depends on whether the keyword converts or not, right? So this ad group is needs a little bit of tightening up. It's not targeted enough, okay? So you need to know what is the main keyword. Is it catering? The word catering, C-A-T-A-R-I-N-G? Looks like it, right? If it is, so the catering here is keyword here, but halal catering service. Okay, then there's the word catering in there, but maybe no halal. So maybe I want to add the halal in there, copy, make it better, so the quality score looks better, right? So so you can put your mouse over it, you can see all the different quality scores here. Okay. You can also, under here, as you get more experience doing this, these tables are where you also do all your reporting, whether it's a keyword level, whether it's actually in the ad group level here, like that. All the data that you have is actually in this dashboard. And how you run your reports is basically you click on columns, click on modify columns here. You can just pick all the data. Let's say you're looking at, you want to look at the quality score. You can have a quality score, so you just have to find, say, comparative metrics. Not this one, I think it's attributes. Attributes, quality score. See, I've added it here. So quality score is in one of the columns. I think this is actually at the ad group level. So I save this set, and so it's quite standard. I don't know why it is, I can name it whatever I want. So if I save this, if I move, so all these columns are the data. So you have CTR, or the cost per click, average position, number of conversions, and I move on the right, then you can see the quality score here. There's 10 out of 10 here, right? So if you don't put that there, you won't see this column. So where the data that you want is always here at this level, okay? Now at each of these levels, this is the keyword level, you can see quality score. If you go to the ad group level, even though it looks the same, it's a different side of data again. There's more here. It looks the same, but it's not the same there. So at every level, you get different kind of data. Similar, but different kind of data. For example, campaign level will have campaign settings data, like the budget, right? So you won't have that in this level. So you have to know, when you navigate, you have to understand at what level you're in. Whether it's a keyword level, or the ad group level, or your campaign level, you're going to get confused because they all look the same. So if you're not sure, you just click on here. From a navigation standpoint, just click here. Then you can choose campaigns and like where you're drilling down, which ad group it is here. You can always shortcut it and click it here. Okay, that's one way you can actually do that as well. Okay, so I'm giving you, this is all not in the exam, but it's more when you start actually using it, you get the hang of it. So all these logical structures are important because it actually affects how you actually view the stuff in here. Okay, now so when you can change the match type, you can change the match type like that. You can put in broad match like that. You can change it exact match like that. See, it automatically changes for you. Or you want to do a phrase match, you change the inverted commas will come out. But if you want to do broad match modifiers, you have to put in the plus yourself, like this. Plus, plus, like that. So any combination of halal caterer or caterer halal, Malaysia halal caterer or BJ halal caterer, it will show and set a broad match. This is what I call a broad match modifier. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, so the other thing, okay, so this is where you change the normal kind of match types. What about negative match types? So you can change it either up here, negative keywords here, you see here, you can actually put your negative keywords in here. So I have negative keywords, makanan sedap di Shalam, pelamin, I don't know what this is. So your negative keywords are also subjected to match types. Actually, you shouldn't, you shouldn't use broad negative match, to be honest with you. I'll change this to exact match. For this one, so save it. So it will exclude any keyword that has the word majlis perkahwinan in there. Okay, the phrase majlis perkahwinan in there. Okay. Okay, so okay, I'm going to go back to the slides just to get you get used to the reporting structure, the user interface. Okay, so continue with the slides. So we covered how you create an ad group and stuff like that. So now we're going to go into a little bit of reporting, which I covered a little bit. How do you analyze the data? So how would you analyze the data? Essentially, what I just showed you just now is in this table, right? And how you do is you go to the customize column, modify the columns at each of this sectioning, right? Then you can choose the metric that you want. Remember I chose quality score and all that kind of stuff? So you can also use this thing called segments to analyze and improve your performance. So segments is actually a setting at the top. You can actually use segments to drill down by, say, what kind of device, compare the performance across mobile devices, browsers. You can also find out things like the time, find out where your ad has appeared in Google search result in terms of position versus means number one versus non-number one, which keywords and stuff like that. Don't worry, I'll show you the data afterwards. Okay, so I'm going to go to segments right now. How it looks like is this. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you all the stuff again here. The reporting here. So let's say this is a keyword. Keywords. So if I want to look at segments, you actually can do this segment here. And you can segment by time, like by day. Maybe not this one, I'm going to do maybe at the ad group level like that. Segment, time. Okay, maybe not, go a week. Yeah, it doesn't apply to this ad group level. Maybe I would choose maybe not for time, maybe for look at the campaign level. Give me a second. Campaigns. So I can segment by week. Okay, so if I segment by week, it shows the campaign week of August 3rd, week of August 10th, like that. It drills down for you and it shows you, breaks it down all the detail here for you. Okay, you can also segment by device. So computers, mobile devices, and tablets. It drills down for you. Out of the 861428 is computers, 364 is mobile devices, 71 from tablets. So you can drill down, you can segment it. Okay. So you can take advantage of this feature called segment. If you don't want it, just click on none, right? And I showed you how to filter. Like you can filter by CTR, conversions, CPC, or whatever it is that you want. Okay, you can. I just showed you just now. Here. a whole bunch of stuff you can filter. I think it was CTR or something I showed you just now. Formats, CTR. Yep, there you go. More than, I think I put 3% or something like that. Okay, so you can filter it up here. So all the data here is all more than 3%. Okay. Right, so the other thing that I wanted to show you is, what if you want to see, so all these keywords, if I again jump down from campaigns, go to ad groups, and within the ad groups I have the keyword level, right? If I drill down here, or I can just click on keyword at the settings at campaigns. I can just jump straight to keywords, say if I want to just click on keywords like that. Or if I go campaigns, I just click on campaigns and click ad groups here. Right, so this one, it will just show you whether you're inside the particular campaign or all the campaigns. Is up to you. If I click on campaigns, you just give me all, which brings me back to the top level. Okay? So if I want to go see all the ad groups in the entire account, these are all the ad groups in the entire account. Right? I want to see all the ads, all the different ads in the entire account. Okay, here. Okay, but if I want to drill down to individual ones, so I click on drill on this one, you see this thing changes here to the particular campaign name, and all the ad groups are only in this campaign. Right? So you have to understand where you are located by clicking on the left hand side here, where you really are. Okay, you can review it here. So you don't get lost. Alright, anyway, so I want to go straight in this campaign into the keywords. I'm going to click on keywords. If I click on keywords here, how do I know what the user is keying exactly? Do you understand my question? When I buy this keyword, does catering setup KL, does it mean, or Nurul Izzah catering, does it mean that, okay, exact match, yes, probably that's what people keying exactly, but let's say it's broad like that, this keyword, do you think people are actually keying halal catering service? No, right? Because it could be broad match, right? It could be something that triggered it, right? So if you really want to see what people are keying in, and it's important to do so because you can then figure out whether Google is doing a good job if you're buying broad keywords and it's attracting the right keywords or not. And you can also know find new ideas of what kind of keywords that you should add in there or what keywords you should exclude in a negative match. So if I were to see, okay, what keywords people are really keying in for this keyword that are being triggered, I just have to highlight this keyword, make sure there are clicks now, huh? Click on this one. Of course I can choose more than that if I wanted to, but I'm just going to choose this one. And what I'm going to do is move up here. You see this thing that says search terms here? I'll click on search terms. Then it then shows me all the detailed keywords that were triggered for that keyword. And you can see halal catering Ipoh also. Halal catering Mount Kiara. Okay, this is relevant. This Ipoh one really not relevant, excuse me. You know, I'm in PJ, I'm in KL, okay, so like, you can add it as a negative match keyword if you want like that. So you add it like that. I can put it Ipoh, like that, anything that has the word Ipoh inside that, exclude it if I wanted to, right? Or if you think that this is a good keyword, hey, you know what, I didn't think of this one, halal daily food catering in Subang Jaya, I want to add this as a keyword in my ad group. But maybe I'll refine it a little bit, halal catering, take away the in, Subang Jaya, halal daily food catering. This one's not relevant at all actually. Daily food, it's not really looking for a wedding or anything like that. This is like catering service. Like give me food every day, cook my dinner for me kind of thing, right? So actually, I will actually exclude this, to be honest with you. I'll add as a negative keyword, I'll put anything that has the word daily catering in there. I should exclude it, okay? Do you understand what I'm saying? So you can use, once you drill down to this search term report, you can actually, I'll put in daily catering, stuff like that. So I can add as a negative keyword already, okay? So when I do that, I'm cleaning it up. So I'm trying to refine it so it doesn't attract. I'm sculpting it, right? Make sure that not the crappy ones get shown, right? So the bulk of your job is sculpting it so that your CTR looks good, you get a good quality score, you get a good ad rank. And so you do that, your campaigns appear top notch. So these are the tools that you report that you use to optimize your campaigns. Okay, so where do I find it again? I want to show it to you again. As I click on this little keyword here, this one that you want to identify this keyword, find out what the search term is. Just go to search terms here and click on search terms. You see that? Okay. Okay, you can see the catering setup here. These are the keywords that are exactly key in, and when people clicked on it. How about go back to keywords? One other thing I wanted to show you is if you click on details, there's something called auction insights here. Okay, this auction insight actually tells you who your competitors are. I don't have enough data over here, but let me choose another more popular keyword. So maybe I should go to another ad group. Maybe for this one, maybe I'll have some data. Here I did put details, selected. Not enough data. Okay, hold on. Let me go to all the campaigns. Find the one that is the most popular. Maybe I should put the last all time or something like that. Okay. So I click on all time. Let's say the word catering. Oh, this is a pretty broad keyword. So I put catering like that. If I click on details, click on selected, it tells me who my competitors are. And how much impression share means, like out of 100 times, how many percent my ad shows up. Mine is 61%. So I beat all these guys like by far, right? And then my average position is 1 to 1 for my keyword, catering keyword. And what the overlap rate is. So I can see like which guy is fighting against me. And I can always say, I want to bid against this guy, like always higher than this guy. You know, I can automate it. That's under flexible bidding, one of the flexible bidding strategies. Okay, remember I talked about flexible bidding just now? Where you can choose by ad position and like maximize clicks. Whereas one, which I didn't cover, but it says you can bid higher than this guy. So anyway, so this data here, I'm just showing you, are some of the two reports that you will see, okay? So to summarize, search terms report are very important. You want to look at competition, you look at auction insights report, okay, for each of the keywords. Just remember these two reports, very, very important. Search term report shows you exactly what people are keying in, okay, and then you can add, right? So if you added it, it turns green. If you excluded it, it turns red. Okay, sometimes you want to see whether the person is doing their job or not. I just go to this report, and I see whether there are greens and reds. If there are no greens and reds, means the guy not doing his job. He's just buying keyword and every day run. Not optimizing it every day. Okay? Okay, let's go back to the slides. Yeah, auction insights is the report. The one to see your competitor. Because it's an auction, right? So you want to see who's bidding against you. Remember? Unfortunately, you can't see the quality score of the other guy. Okay? So we covered segments. I covered the search terms report just now, remember? Show you exactly what people are keying in. Skip that. There's one called the paid and organic report. So this is another report that shows you how you compare. Paid means with your AdWords versus your organic, your SEO, the organic, the one you don't pay for. And how does it compare? Maybe most of your CTRs for your organic is higher than your paid one, so you can compare. Like, so query here is your the search term, and then this is the organic results, and this is the paid one. So you can compare side by side. So what the metrics are in terms of what the keyword is, and the number of clicks, and the CTR, the clicks to query is equivalent to the CTR. Okay. So this one, you can look at it later on if you want to, but this one requires you to link to something called the Google Webmaster Tools. So don't worry too much about that. But Google Webmaster Tools is another tool that helps you manage your organic search results and how your website compares within Google. So whether you have malware and what keywords people are keying on organic, is this tool called the Google Webmaster Tools. Don't worry too much about that, but just understand that if you want to get this report, you just have to link it into that other tool. So that it pulls that data about the organic report for you, okay? So in the meantime, don't kill yourself over it, just remember there's this paid and organic report. And then the auctions insights report I just showed you just now, remember? It shows you the competition. Okay, tools to measure your performance. This is where you need to understand what a conversion is. So a conversion tracking is where you remember I run earlier in the day when you finish the transaction or you signed up, that final page where the person goes to, you put a code there, it tells Mr. Google, you've done your job, pat on the back. That's called a conversion. And to do that, you have to put this code called a conversion tracking pixel on that final page. If it's an e-commerce receipt page, it's the final page. After you paid everything, you went through the payment gateway and came back, and this is the amount you paid, that will be the page where you put this code, this transaction pixel. If it's a sign up, you know when you sign up, have you ever signed up before online, putting an email address? When you sign up, it usually redirects you to a page that says thank you very much, right? Terima kasih. Someone will talk to you in 24 hours. So that thank you page is also the page you put your pixel if the conversion is a sign up. So conversion is just a general term for your objective achieved, all right? Achievement unlocked, or whatever you will call it, right? So, but to do that, you need to track it. That's where you need to put a code in. So typically, what is a conversion? It can be something like a reservation or a form completion. It could be a sale of a product, or it could be downloading the catalog. Whatever it is, up to you decide what a conversion is. So you have to put how conversion tracking works is you click on the ad and then you land on the page and someone signs up the form. It says thank you for registering for the course. Thank you, this is the thank you page. You put the code on this page. Okay? So why track conversions? So if you track conversions, you will know which ads, which keywords, which campaigns bring you success. Right? So you know this is a crappy keyword, this is a good keyword, this is a good ad, this is a crappy ad. Once you put in the code, there are certain terminologies that you need to understand. So in the reports in Google AdWords, there's something called conversions, and there's something called converted clicks. So what's the difference? So let me explain to you. So when you have conversions, you can choose to count all conversions or unique conversions. All conversions just means that it just calculates every conversion. It doesn't tie back to a particular user, right? Whereas unique aggregates it and just counts it to that one person. So for example, if I went to a website and I fill out the form twice, the unique will just treat me as one conversion. You want unique conversion because it's me filling out the form twice, being mischievous about things, right? If I put all, it will calculate as two conversions, okay? How about converted clicks? Converted clicks just means the number of AdWords clicks that resulted in the conversion. Okay, so if I click on one ad and then it resulted in one conversion, there's one converted click. Okay? So examples of all conversions, unique conversions, and converted clicks. It's too small, I can't really see what it is. But so in this case, someone actually so in this case, someone actually downloads 3 downloads on Tuesday, 1 download on Wednesday. All right, this woman goes in there and there are 3 downloads on Tuesday, 1 download on Wednesday. Look, to be honest with you, I can't really see what this slide says. Okay, just ignore this slide, all right? It's too small for me to see. But understand that I just explained to you that all conversions means everything. It doesn't take into account different users. Unique conversions take into account a unique person, all right, a unique cookie or browser. Converted clicks means it shows the number of clicks that resulted in the number of signups or sale. Okay. Okay, so the other thing that you want to talk about, you also want to understand is there's a tool called Google Analytics that helps you track your website. You can integrate this product into Google AdWords for reporting purposes as well. And you can use that to calculate your conversions, right? So you can set a goal in Google Analytics. You can see that in Google AdWords. You can link it together, okay? And there is a feature called campaign experiments. So basically what this means, don't worry, when you watch the videos on your own, you figure it out better. But it's, let's say for example, you want to try different settings in the campaign settings, right? So if you want to try settings but you're afraid that you change the setting, you'll screw up the campaign. Let's say maybe you want to change you want to run an experiment where you want to kind of change the bidding methods, not bidding method, but you want to change the ad rotation or something like that, right? So you want to change that, but you're not sure whether it will affect the performance. You can run what I call an experiment, campaign experiments, and when you click on experiment, a green button like that will show, and then you will start running. Right? When you start running, the results worse off. I better go back to what it was before. Then you turn off the experiment, you revert to what it was originally. So you don't like lose the whole, you can't remember what it was or anything like that. Okay? So that's called a campaign experiment. Right. Okay, so I'm almost done. After that, we're going to do some questions, alright? So the next topic here, we're going to take a break and then we're going to do some questions, alright? After this. So you're going to evaluate metrics relevant to your goals. So how do you measure, what are the things because you can measure so many, what are the things you should look at? What are the metrics you should look at? So the first thing you should look at is CTR, right? So CTRs show how relevant your ads are, how good your ad copy is, how good your targeting is. If your targeting is not good, you usually get a lousy CTR. If your ad is good, but your targeting is lousy, obviously CTR is lousy. But if your targeting is good, but your ad copy sucks, you also get a low CTR. So you have to kind of change it, see which is the one that's causing it. Then the other thing you want to look at for keyword performance. So ad performance, you usually look at CTR, and targeting performance, you look at CTR. How about keyword performance? Again, you want to remove keywords based on low CTR or low quality score and stuff like that. Okay, so you need to look at things like CTR and your quality score, so you know which keywords need to be fixed. Remember, how do you get quality score? Just now in the dashboard I showed you, you hover your mouse over that little button, the round thing, it shows you like the score and then why it's lousy and stuff like that. It breaks it down for you, right? That's one way. The other one is you can go to the columns, modify the columns and add the quality score column. You can see all the keywords. So many ways you can look at this data. Then you can also use the search terms report to identify relevant terms or add those which are not relevant. Remember, I just now show you the search term report. All the crappy ones you can add, look at all the detailed keywords, add the good ones and take out the crappy ones. It's a negative match. So these are like the metrics you look for. The other metric you want to look at is those things we talk about like keywords and stuff, but how about conversions? Does it at the end give you the final result you want? So you want to look at which keyword gave you the most conversions, right? Or which keyword gave you the most converted clicks, right? So sometimes one click can result in more than one conversion. Do you know how that happens? So for example, in converted clicks, so if your converted clicks can, maybe you can have one click can generate more than one conversion. To give you an idea how it works is, for example, if my wife clicks on a Google ad, and then she goes there and she buys, you know, this Prada handbag. I don't know how much that costs, but like, you know, a lot of money, right? So like, she takes a credit card and she buys a Prada bag. After she clicks on the ad, and what day is it today? Thursday, right? And on Saturday, she goes back to the website again, and then she buys another Prada bag. She buys 2 Prada handbags, but it was generated from that one click from the ad. So that one ad click generated 2 Prada bags for the website. Isn't that awesome ROI? One click, 2 Prada handbags. So that's a situation where you have just one converted click that gave you 2 conversions. So pardon? So an example would be like, so in the data so let's say I give you the example. In that situation, you will see the data will have 1 converted click, but another column will say 2 conversions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because that 1 click generated 2 product bags, it's 2 conversions, but it's actually 1 ad click only, 1 AdWords ad click only. Okay? So sometimes you can have all this data, conversions, converted clicks, conversion rate, all in different columns. And you say, hey, how come the converted click is only 1 but there got multiple conversions in there? This is exactly what happened. Like my wife, go buy 2 product bags, click 1 ad. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay? Yeah. Where do you see it? Okay, you can see it here. I can show it to you, alright? So, wait. So if I go inside here, I click on keywords. So you see converted clicks. You see conversions here. You want to see, what you need to do is you need to go in here, columns, click on modify columns at the keyword level or whatever level you're in. I told you this level, each level is different one, no? It looks the same, but they're all different metrics at different levels. So you can then choose so in that one it could be, I think it's conversion data. You can then add as a conversion rate, add here, because I added conversion, I added all this already. Conversion rate, conversions already added. How about, okay, I think I have enough here. I have clicks, impressions, click-through rate, conversion, cost per converted clicks here. I can even like move all this up like that, Maybe I'll move the conversions up here. Move the conversions up here so it's next to each other so it won't be jumping up. So I'm going to remove this label thing. It's just annoying. Remove this one. Remove this one. Okay, so I apply it. So it will be this is actually, the dashboard is actually the report. So if you look at all different columns here, right? So my columns are fixed already, nicely done. I get all the metrics I want. I got clicks, I got impressions, I got CTR. All at what level? I put it at the keyword level, okay? So I'll move on the right, then I have conversion rate. How do you calculate conversion rate? It's the number of conversions divided by number of clicks, okay? That's the conversion rate. So I have this one, I have 22 conversions, and I have 22 converted clicks. So it tallies. In this case, because this business model is about signing up. I'm going catering service. I click on an ad. I'm gonna fill up the form, right? So you only have 1 click and 1 sign up. So it's 1 conversion. You won't have the situation like my wife will go back there and sign up again, right? Unless it's an e-commerce website. So when you have the situation at 1 converted click, but 5 conversions, that's my wife buying 3 more Prada handbags from. And so altogether 5 Prada handbags from 1 click. So you get that. You will see here 5 conversions, 1 converted click. Does that make sense? So you will see all this data in here. And all this data is how you get it. You go to columns and change whatever you want to add. It takes experience. You just play around with it, what kind of data you want to see. There's tons of data in here, okay? But I'm just giving you the main ones. Is that clear? You get what I'm trying to say? So this is the kind of data you can actually see when you measure conversions. So let me go back in there. So that's conversions, converted clicks. Conversion rate is the percentage of clicks that led to the conversions. That means the number of conversions divided by the total number of clicks. So if your conversion rate is 2%, that means out of 100 clicks, there are 2 sales or 2 signups. Okay? Cost per conversion, that means the total cost that you spend divided by the number of conversions there. So let's say you spend $1,000 and you got 100 signups. That means your cost per conversion is how much? $10 lah. Okay? That's the cost per conversion. And cost per conversion is a very important metric because that shows you how much you need to spend to get one sale or one sign up, right? So if you want to say, if you know that you spend $10 per transaction, you want to get 10 transactions, you just spend $100, right? So that's how, how do you measure your ROI? So ROI is basically revenue minus your cost of goods sold divided by the cost of goods sold. So in this case, the cost is your product. Your product price is 1,200. Your cost is $600, and your AdWords cost is 200. So your ROI is 1,200, the price of the product, net off the cost, which is the cost of the product. You have to pay the supplier, and then you add on top your AdWords cost. Then you divide by the total cost. 600 plus 200 gets you 50%. It's basically a net profit, right? Divided by the total cost that you have. That's your ROI. If you're not a finance person or you're not a business graduate, just understand that an ROI basically means how much money do I have left after spending the amount of money that I have to buy the product and to sell it. So the total net, how much is in my pocket, right? What's the percentage like? So if you calculate it's 50%, that means for every dollar I spend, I get 50% profit. I mean, for every dollar for every dollar I spend, yeah, I make 50 cents. Does that make sense? Okay. That's ROI. Okay. The last slide I have here, so those are like very conversion based. So what if you want to measure brand awareness? So again, like people like Unilever will care about brands. Will Unilever care about transactions online? Depends on whether they have an e-commerce website that sell things online or not. If they sell things online, then yes, they care about transactions. But if they don't, they just want to create, they want people to go to the store and buy. They just want to create as much awareness. So whenever you think of a shampoo, you think of a Unilever brand, right? So what are the metrics to look for branding? You look usually at impressions, the number of times the ads show, okay? Or reach and frequency. Reach means the number of individual browsers that were shown, okay? Individual browsers. That's the best that Google will know whether it's you or not. It doesn't know that it's you because it doesn't know your name. The only way it knows it's you is through the browser in the computer. Okay, so that's what a reach is. It's the number of cookies and number of browsers you can reach. Frequency is how many times the person has been exposed to the ad. Alright, remember like you have the frequency capping just now? Only works in display where you stop it, you don't show me more than 7 times, okay? Because after that I get fatigued, I get really annoyed, I will turn off. So anyway, these are the metrics that you want to look for: brand awareness, impressions, and reach and the frequency of the ad. So reach means if your goal is to reach as many people as possible, Google has that. And it only shows up in display, usually reach. Okay? For branding, things like display ads. For conversions means like if you want to look at sales and stuff like that, you look at cost per conversion, conversion rates, ROI, all that kind of stuff. Okay? Which I just talked about just now. Where was I? Here. Conversions. Alright? Measuring conversions. This is measuring return on ROI and brand awareness. So this is all pretty theoretical. So I think it's time for a break because you guys are going to probably fall asleep if I continue like that. When you come back, we're going to do some questions, alright? You guys ready? Let's do the exam now. So let's see whether you guys pass or not. Right. So exams, right? You guys know this better than I do. So it's all about practice, right? So, like I said, don't worry if you don't pass. You have you can sit umpteen times if you want, I guess. And as long as you pass during the specified period that you're supposed to pass, September 13th. Yep. Like I said, don't worry if you don't make it the first time, but try to make it. If you can make it, then great. It's all about preparation. So the thing that you need to do is definitely have to go back and read watch the videos. Okay, I'm going to start right now, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some example of questions. Right, there could be a flavor of the questions, sort of like similar to the kind of questions that you'll be getting, and it's all multiple choice. And some of the answers have more. Some of the questions have more than one answers, right? So they will tell you specifically. So let's start with the first. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run through the questions, and you're going to take like a minute to give me the answer, and then I'm going to move on. All right? So let's start with the first one. What is the benefit of online advertising? A, reach out to potential customers who are interested in your products or services. B, ability to automatically collect data of customers. C, improve your ranking in organic results. D, guaranteed sales each time ads are shown. So who says A? Who says B? What's the benefit of online advertising? My answer is A. The best answer, always choose the best answer because it allows you to reach out to potential customers who are interested in your products or services. So because you can target based on the intention, let's say for search, you know what they're like a buy Samsung Galaxy S6, you can see what the intention is, right? And so they are interested in your products. B, automatically collect data, because it's not automatically though. You have, it doesn't really automatically collect it. You just have to make sure that you put in tools to measure it. So B is not necessarily correct either. C, improve your ranking in organic results. I mean, is it the benefit of online advertising? Not really. I mean, organic results, what kind? Is it search or what? So it's like not really answering the question. D, guaranteed sales each time ads are shown. Wow, if that really happens, everyone's going to be a billionaire, right? So the best answer is A. Question 2 is, what is the advantage of advertising online compared to traditional media advertising? I'm not going to, so I don't want to read the answers for you because I'll be here and be like, I have a sore throat, so pick your answer. All right. Okay, who says A? Who says B? Who says it's C? Who says it's D? Answer is C. All right. It's not that easy to measure results in traditional media, while online campaigns are highly measurable. The other answers are like online advertising is cheaper, always cheaper. That's not true. Online advertising can guarantee sales, while traditional media provides exposure. I wish. Can't guarantee sales. The traditional media requires budget to be set every quarter, while online advertising sets their budget every 2 weeks. I mean, that's not true, right? You can set your budget like every day if you want to. Okay, so 3. You are asked to take over 2 clients and each of them have their own AdWords account. How will you manage these accounts? Some of these I may not have covered, but it's in the syllabus. Yeah, use logic even you don't know what the heck it talks about, right? So use process of elimination, you're not very sure what it is, at least you know it's not this, not this, not this, and you know, probably this one, right? So, what's up? Who says it's A? Terminate the existing AdWords account, open new accounts for them. Who says it's B? Who says it's C? Okay, good. Who says it's D? The answer is C. Okay, so basically how it works is if you are take over 2 clients, you have to link your AdWords account to this thing called the My Client Center Manager account. So if I'm an agency, usually I manage many accounts. I have many customers. There's a tool called the My Client Center that I need to link to my clients, right? So I'm an agency, I have one account that links to many. So that thing's called My Client Center. Okay, good. Choose the benefit of advertising online with Google AdWords. Sorry? Who says it's A? B? C? C? One person? D. My answer is D. Choose the benefit of advertising online. So advertisers can choose how many times their ad should show during a day. Not really. Can you choose how many times their ad shows? It's what Google chooses for you, right? Advertisers will have better website positions in organic results. That's not true. You can buy and make your ad on top, right? Every time the ads are clicked, advertisers pay the same amount. That's not true, is it? I mean, it changes all the time. There's an auction, right? So the advertisers can determine their own budget and only pay when someone clicks on their ads. CPC, right? They set the budget. That's why it is. How about this one? An advertiser selects to advertise on the Google Search Network too. Pick one answer. Who says it's A? The Google Search Network. Who says it's B? Okay. Who says it's C? Who says it's D? Oh, so it's a search network, right? What kind of ads do you get in search? The answer is B. The search network is someone searching for it, right? It's a text ad, right? It doesn't show it in another guy's website. The website that ads gets shown is Google, right? So it's definitely not A, because you're not browsing another website. It doesn't show up there. The browsing website was display network. It's Google Display Network, right? It's not C either, because you can space specific website that's Google Display. Show a video ad on other videos, that's also Google Display through YouTube. Okay, how about this one? If you found a low performing keyword and would like to increase the quality score, what will you do? Who says it's A? What affects quality score? Just remember, I think I drilled them like umpteen times already, you guys. Who says it's B? Who says it's C? Who says it's D? Answer is C lah. What are the 3 factors that affect quality score? CTR, the relevance of the keyword to the ad copy and the landing page, right? Relevance of the keyword to the landing page. Okay, next. Which of these do not influence or does not influence quality score? Who says it's A? Or maybe I start at the bottom. Who says it's D? Who says it's C? B? Obviously, answers. Well, not obviously, your answer is A, okay? Because all the other 3 have to do with quality score, right? How about this? Ad rank is calculated using and is also influenced by. Okay, who says is the conversion rate? Organic listing, no. The network selected, not really. Ad extensions, right? Ad extensions help you get better CTR. So, see. How about this? John would like to improve his ad position. What can he do? What's the equation, right? I mean, like, who says it's A? Anyone? No? Anyone says B? Anyone says C? Who says it's D? Answer is D lah. At rank equals to maximum CPC and quality score, right? See, I wasn't wrong when I told you, just if you forget everything yesterday, just remember the equation, right? You've already got like the first 10 questions correct. What's question 10? And the improved quality score will produce. Who says it's A? Who says it's B? Who says it's C? D, answer is B. Lower cost and better acquisitions lah. So who says it's difficult? So tomorrow you pass already, can you go home now? It gets progressively harder, okay? These are like the easy questions, alright? James can achieve a higher ad position with a lower CPC bid by. So again, ad rank equals to. Who says it's A? B? C? D? So the answer is D lah, because creating relevant keywords and ads and using ad extensions improve your quality score, right? Because your CTR goes higher and your ads get more relevant to the keyword. So answer is D. What would you recommend to achieve a top position in the paid search results? Okay, so who says it's A? B? C? D? The answer is improve. I already gave you the answer. No, did I? The next one. Improve quality score and increase cost per click. Your CPC bid. Alright? Assuming all other things being equal, if your maximum CPC bid is $2 for your keyword and the closest competitive bid is 80 cents, what is your actual price you'll pay for that click? This was actually in the notes. It was in my example too. But I don't know whether it was like Freudian kind of thing, I'm not sure. But like, yeah, it's the answer is C. Because you just need to pay 1 cent higher, all things being equal, than whoever's, sort of after you, right? You don't have to pay the full $2, okay? Okay, this one. When your ad is clicked, the actual amount you'll be charged, not changed. Charge is who says it's A? Actually, there are only two. It's either one or the other. Only one. The A, B, C all sound the same anyway, right? So, who says A, B, or C? No, the answer is D lah. Just need the minimum needed to hold your ad position under a maximum cost per click limit. So you you know, you just have to bid higher than the next guy. That's what it just means. All right. Okay. John wants to promote his car gearbox repair service by reaching people who are searching for such services. Which campaign type should John create? See? Who says it's A? Why not A? Answer is C. So you're just targeting people who are looking for a specific thing, right? Searching for a specific search network is what you want to go for. What would an advertiser use search network and display network campaign? Like the combination one. Choose the best answer. Use elimination. Who says it's D for donkey? Anyone says it's D? Anyone says it's C? Anyone says it's B? Anyone says it's A? My answer is B. So why? Basically, the search network and display network together, that means you're using the same targeting criteria, sort of like keywords, to show your ads in the campaign, where it shows on both search and display. It's both means that one campaign uses the same budget, right? Campaign, you can set a budget in one campaign, right? So you can show search and display in one campaign. But even if you didn't realize this, you can eliminate by using by throwing out the other answers. So you start from D. The advertiser wants to bid for keywords using CPM in the search network. Is there such a thing as CPM in the search network? That's not true, right? There's no CPM in the search network, right? It's all CPC, right? Yeah, display select. Basically, Google selects the display for you, or algorithmically selects it for you. Okay? Right. So C, advertiser wants to improve his quality score. Is that true? You only improve your quality score to those three things, right? What does it have to do with whether it's selecting display network or search together? It doesn't affect it. It's still landing page quality, CTR, and relevance of your ad to the keyword. A, the advertiser wants image ads to appear on the search network. I mean, I just told you before, many times there are no such things as image ads in your search. So you can throw all those three away, just pick B, right? How about this one? Aaron sells mobile phone covers that features popular actors and actresses. He wants people searching for unique mobile phone covers to visit his website. He also thinks that people interested in movies may also be keen to buy. What campaign type would you recommend? All right. So anyone says it's A? Anyone says it's B? C? D? My answer is A. Okay, so this person is trying to target people who are searching, and also people who think are looking at movies or interested in movies who may buy. So that means maybe websites that could be talking about movies, right? So that means you're actually showing both the search and display networks. Okay, so you choose the best answers, A. How about this one? Jamie's e-commerce branded site just started carrying 3 new designer labels. She wants to show an image ad announcing the new collections to people who are browsing websites about designer clothing. Which campaign is a good fit? Anyone else has a different answer from A? So the answer A is because this person is browsing a website, right? That's definitely not search. Okay? So you can rule out C and D in shopping as well. So shopping is actually search. So you can remove B, C, and D is A. How about this one? Advertising on the Google Display Network will be ideal to who says it's A? Somebody said A, okay. Who says B? Show ads on Google Maps. No, that's not display, is it? It's show ads on Google Shopping. No, Google Shopping is search as well. D? Yeah, answer is D. At least my answer is D. Show ads on websites related to your business. Okay. You can also, I guess, show ads on your websites related to your business means, I guess, if your business is about flowers, you can key in display targeting for flowers, right? Why is it not A? Show ads to people on non-Google search websites. On the Google Display Network. Show ads to people on non-Google search sites. Depends on what you mean by this. So non-Google search website, so does that mean it's any other site or website? No, AOL is a search, right? So it doesn't show that. It's talking about the Google Display Network, right? So so non-Google search sites. So it's a non-Google search like a Yahoo or like any other website. Bing. So Google Display Network doesn't show on Bing, right? So I think the best answer is D. All right. It's a tricky one because it's not very clear itself. But if you look at it, a non-Google search site could be, like say, Bing or Yahoo or something like that, right? You know, so, but GDN doesn't. You can't buy it as Yahoo and all. Anyway, GDN is the Google Display Network. Okay. So why should marketers create multiple ad groups? Who says it's A? B? Need more time? Okay. Why do you have different ad groups? Remember my catering ad groups? They all have similar sort of things, right? You can't simply just rojak, campak, and lama there, right? So, who says it's A, B, C, D? My answer is C. You can break up keywords and ads into related themes. So you can say the ad group is, the keywords, one is perkahwinan, has the word perkahwinan, so the theme is all perkahwinan. Another ad group is talking about the word catering, K-A-T-E-R-I-N-G. Another keyword has Muslim wedding, right? This is a different ad group in the campaign. So different themes. Why is it not D? You can target specific ad groups into various Google networks. What does that actually mean? But the ad network you choose at the campaign level is not at the ad group level. Okay? You choose your network always, you select a network at the campaign level in setting, not at the ad group. You can't run one campaign inside, unless it's a display search together. You can't run different ad groups, one is search, one is display inside one. Okay? If you say it's display, the whole campaign is display. You say it's search, the whole campaign is search one. Okay? Erica wants to reach people searching for pizzas, but only wants her ads to show during the hours she's open for business. Which campaign type is a good fit? We just did that just now when we saw the setting stuff. Who says it's A? Says B? C? D? The answer is A. You're talking about, first of all, Erica wants to reach people searching for stuff, so this is a search network already, right? And only wants her ads to show during certain hours, so it's a setting that is in a search campaign. So which campaign type is a good fit? So the one at the bottom, search network and display select, shows both search and display. It's not really what you want, you just want to search. B and C are all display, so they're out. So the only answer available is A, because it talks about search only. Does that make sense? So you got to look at read each sentence and then figure out what concept it applies to, and then map it to the feature that you think is right. Who should advertise on the Google search network? Who should advertise on the Google search network? Who says A? B? C? D? It's quite obvious, it's quite answer C. It's the one we're looking for. YouTube is display. Pardon? Google Shopping is actually search. Yeah. Google Maps is search as well. So why is it not A? Who wants to reach people watching YouTube videos? Usually this is display, because you put the display. Remember you watch the video ads and stuff like that? That's display. Bruno wants to reach people on social networks interested in literature. That's display, I guess, depending on what social network it is. If it's Google Plus, then there aren't any ads on Google Plus anyway. If it's Facebook, don't even bother, you can buy any ads on Facebook, Google, right? D. Craig wants to reach people browsing travel websites about Thailand. That's display too, isn't it? So the only one left for search is C. But having said that, when you start doing YouTube ads, there's actually a kind of ad in YouTube where it's actually search driven. It's sort of like an image, but when you key in the video, remember I showed you yesterday? They had a site there, you can see the ad. When they search for it, you can actually see the ad at the side. So it's a bit like, it's got some image in there, but it's not a full image. But yeah, the ads come out when someone searches for this in YouTube as well. But typically, YouTube ads are display ads, usually, right? With the exception of that. Question 9, Manny wants to raise the profile of his dance school. A display network only campaign can help him do what? Show ads when someone searches for dance classes. No, that's the search network, right? B, matches ad text to what people are searching. That's not display, search, isn't it? So the word search in there anyway. Pick the most popular keywords for his campaign. That's search too, right? D, show ads on dance websites and YouTube videos. That's display, banner ads and things like that. So D. Clarissa wants to promote a new mobile app by showing her ads in other mobile apps. How can AdWords help achieve this? Who says it's A? That might take a time, so I think some of you still trying to digest the question. First of all, figure out what network this is. So who says it's A? Who says B? So B, C, D. Okay, let's run through this. So Clarissa wants to promote her mobile app by showing her ads in other mobile apps. So what kind of network is this? A display network, right? Because display allows you to show in different mobile apps, right? Yeah, mobile app display. If you go to your any of those games like Angry Birds, or you still play Angry Birds, I mean, like, it's quite long ago, but you know, you can see ads in there, right? Or like any of these game ads, you can buy ads from the Google Display Network in there. So it's GDN. So Google Display Network includes many mobile apps where she can show her ad. Yeah, that's true. So what about B? She can use keywords like mobile app to target people who are more likely to download her app. So that's sort of like a search thing, right? And C is that she can use mobile app extensions to reach users in ads. Mobile extensions are search, right? Remember your ad extensions? For people to download when you search for it, click on it. D, Google Search Network will help her target people who are more likely to download her app, but that's search. So you're looking at putting ads on other people's mobile apps, that's A. While teaching a new marketing manager the structuring a search campaign, we tell her that she should group similar keywords together in an ad group because it will allow her to A, okay. So who says it's B? Who says it's C? Anyone says D? The answer is A. Create ads that are relevant to all keywords, right? So how about this? Every campaign in your AdWords account should have only one. Every campaign only one landing page. In every campaign. Pick the best answer. This is not a very good question, but pick the best answer. When you run a campaign, obviously you need to know what the campaign is about, right? Yeah. So, ideally, so let's run through the question. Who says it's A? Who says it's B? Okay. Who says it's C? C? Who says it's D? Okay, my answer is B. The reason being, first of all, every campaign in your AdWords account, every campaign, you can only have one maximum cost per click, right? That's definitely out, right? True, no? I mean, like, you can have like 1,000 keywords in one campaign, right? So that's out. Ad group, every campaign only has one ad group. That's not true. You create many ad groups, right? Does every campaign only have one landing page? No. You can have different landing pages in different ad groups. You can have one landing page only in one ad group, that's true, but not in one campaign. Okay? So the best answer is B. So conceptually, usually if you run a campaign, so your goal is to say you're running an awareness campaign for display. That campaign is about awareness. That goal is to create awareness, correct? So there's usually one business goal. You don't, again, rojak, throw everything, one campaign, one ad group has different keywords for different objectives, right? Okay, although technically you can, it's not a good thing to do. So choose the best answer, okay? Online marketers should group their campaigns by Choose the best answer. Who says it's A? Anyone says it's B? C? D? D? Anyone? No? Answer C lah. You can't group your campaigns by maximum cost per click bids. I mean, cost per click bids is actually at a keyword level. You don't group it like that. So every keyword, I mean, they can have 1,000 keywords, you can have 1,000 different maximum CPCs. Number of ad groups per campaign, you don't group it that way. Nor do you group them according to the number of keywords. So you group it maybe by product or service. So like this product, you're selling headphones, you're selling wedding dinners, and shirts or trousers. Different products get different budgets, right? And that means different campaigns. How about this one? Kiki started working with a client who has very disorganized AdWords account. What's an effective way for her to begin restructuring the client's account? I say pick the best answer. I don't know where to get names from. Kiki. Interesting. Alright, who says it's A? Create multiple campaigns, each with a set of closely related keywords. B, create campaigns based on the structure of a client's website, okay? How about C, create one campaign with a broad selection of keywords? Okay, doesn't sound very promising. Create one campaign for all the products his client offers. All products in one campaign? No, right? So the best answer is actually B. This is the most organized one, according to how the website is structured. So sometimes the e-commerce website, Lazada, has accessories from mobile phones, right? You just follow it, right? That's the structure around the website, right? 15, to attract customers on mobile devices is important too. You can only choose one, you can't say B or either B or D, Who says it's A? B? C? D? Answer is B. Send users to a mobile-friendly landing page, right? So if it's a mobile device, you want people to go to a page which is easy to load and easy to look at and easy to navigate, right? Remember ROTM? Yesterday? Right? Okay, question 16, a new client's AdWords account has only one campaign with one ad group that contains a list of hundreds of keywords. Which best practice should you follow when reorganizing this client's keywords? Create new ad groups with several keyword match types. Alright, who says A? B? C? D? Answer is B. Ad groups related keywords are grouped together, right? How about this? Joseph owns a music store and is creating an ad group for drum rentals. What would be the most appropriate landing page for his ad? This is A lah. The most relevant one . What changes can you make to the display network campaign of a client who wants to drive awareness of a cosmetic brand? Who says it's A? B? C? D? Answer C. Display network, right? The other A is use a balanced combination of broad, exact match, phrase match, keywords. That's more like a search thing, okay? Increase the daily budget, add text ads with clear call to actions like buy now. how does it help in driving awareness? The target large metropolitan areas where people are more likely to encounter a product. But that's not relevant, right? I mean, like, so the best answer is C. Affinity audiences is a kind of targeting people interested in cosmetics and beauty. You would advise a client that's launching a new product line to advertise on the Google Display Network because she can reach people who are interested in similar products. Okay? Text ads to encourage people to call her business. Text ads to encourage people to visit her website. You can, I guess, but like, you know. But usually text ads you use it for search. But you can have text ads in display too, you know, but it's not the best answer. Rich people who are searching for her products, definitely not that because you're using GTM. So the best answer is A. People interested in similar products. That means you're using, so one of the things I didn't really cover just now very quickly is in the display network. Actually, I missed out one slide that I was supposed to cover for you. And I just realized it right before the end of the break, was that in display network, there are a couple of targeting methods you need to know. Of course, you watch the videos, you know this, but I just quickly run through you. In display network, you can have a few targeting methods. You can target by keywords. That means not people searching that kind of keywords, okay? The keywords is on the content of the website. So let's say you're targeting people who are interested in sports, right? Basketball. The word basketball or the name of a basketball player or something, you can target that. If that page has a Google ad, a banner slot for you in GDN, your ad, you can place it based on the keyword on that page. So that's what I call contextual targeting or keyword targeting. The second targeting method you use for display is placement targeting. Placement means the specific website or page that you want. So if you want to target this particular YouTube page channel or this particular page in the star.com.my with the sports section, you can choose that URL and place it there. Okay, that's called placement. The third one is topics. Topics means, again, it's very similar to keywords, but what Google does is it categorizes certain kinds of websites based on a category. So if you go to Malaysian Insider, that's a news website. If you go to Malaysia Kini or something like that, it's another news website. Or you want to go to a movie website, a Rotten, I don't know, Tomatoes or something like that, or that's a movie review website. So you can put ads based on topics. And then you have something called interests. And interests sound similar to topics, but they're not, right? So interest actually is cookie-based, means it follows the user's behavior and interest. So if you like going to property websites to buy property, maybe it's your dad or your mom, you know, they like to view property and they also like to buy 4D, you know. So like so you go to people who tend to go to property websites when they travel around. So even if they land on the 4D website, the ad still shows them because you're targeting the person interested in property. Okay, so it follows the person around, it doesn't tie it to a particular page. Demographic targeting, that means you can target by age or gender. And this age and gender information is taken from data that Google extrapolates from the behavior of the kind of websites you go to, and maybe to some extent what you have information in your Gmail accounts. Okay? So you target your age, gender, even like whether you're a parent or not. Last one here is remarketing. Basically, this one is a targeting where you drop a piece of code onto your website, and someone lands on your website, it knows that you've been there before, so you can remarket back to them. Like the Lazada situation, you landed on a page and you saw a washing machine or something like that, and then you go somewhere else, the washing machine appears in front of you again. Okay, that's remarketing. So this is typically the kind of targeting that you will see in the Google Display Network. All right. So going back to the questions. So last couple of questions before we go off. How about this one? Research for a client who owns used car dealerships shows that people who visit his website also visit certain popular car blogs. Which targeting method will you use to reach these people? I just explained to you just some of those targeting just now, right? So pick the one that makes sense. So research for a client who owns a used car dealership shows that people who visit his website, also visit certain popular car blogs. Which targeting method will you use to reach these people? Who says it's A? Read the question properly. Who says it's B? C? D? The answer is C. Right, so the question is trying to tell you that a person who owns car dealers, whoever goes to car dealer websites, right, also visit other car blogs, correct? So you want to target other car blogs, right? So what you do is you pick the kind of targeting that will enable you to find different types of car-related blogs. So which answer here gives you the ability to do that? Remarketing? Not really. Remarketing only remarkets people will be to your own website, right? Keywords, I guess it's possible. Keywords, car, but you don't know whether it's a car blog or not. The entire thing talks about cars. You put a keyword, the keyword could appear in another website. Say, not necessarily a particular car blog. Topics, definitely yes, you can choose a topic that is related to cars, right? Placements, not really placements, you have to specifically choose the individual website one by one to do that. As opposed to a genre of kind of things like a car related website. So I think the best answer is C. At least that's my best answer is C. Okay. How about this one? Natalie runs an online store with a large inventory of babies' products. Which ad format will you use for Natalie's campaign to reach people interested in purchasing baby products? I know some of these I haven't really run through, but product listing ads are kind of like Google Shopping, the shopping thing. Okay, so, and the thing is, Google Shopping listing it's not really in Malaysia yet, but that's why you guys haven't really seen it. But it's in your part of your curriculum. So, so if you want to buy, you want to have an ad format which you allow people to see your products. App promotion ads. Not really that relevant. It's an app, right? Okay, so this one you want to show someone who's buying a baby product. So either it doesn't matter whether it's search or display. It could be search or display. That's fine too. Product listing ads, maybe it's probably something that you can do because it's actually Google Shopping. It means you search something, you see the product there. Okay? I think I explained to you yesterday, right? Although I didn't give you a live example because you don't have one in Malaysia yet. Image ads is possible, but it doesn't mean it shows the product itself. In image ads, you have to go get a designer to create a product. Whereas product listing ads actually take the data from your website and the image and it shows it to the people, and you link it to a feed and all. Site link extensions not really. So site links doesn't have to do with the product. Doesn't give you the image thing, the picture of the product. So the best answer is B. Okay. So like I said, even though I didn't really cover in detail here, you have to read your videos, alright? Because I don't cover every single thing in here, alright? Which client would you advise to use location radius targeting? Remember radius targeting? Yeah, you can specify, you can click on it, you can pull and drag like how many kilometers wide and stuff like that, or I don't know, miles or whatever it is. I think I already gave you the answer. A, anyone's A? B? C? D? So you can actually drag and drop and sort and specify how many kilometers radius around a particular lat and long latitude and longitude data. When using broad match for keyword selection, why should you leave out misspellings and plural forms of keywords? I'm not sure whether you actually heard me say this yesterday. Some of you may have heard me say it. Why can you leave out misspellings and plural forms? So A, anyone? B? C? D? So the answer is B. Google actually automatically chooses it for you and knows that it's plural or singular. You don't have to worry. You actually, even if it's exact match, it does it for you. Okay? So last question for the day. When people search for your client's photocopying business, they use very specific terms like color photocopier. To show your ads for these searches, you want to use which one will you want to use best to give you the best CTR? Phrase match, broad match, exact match, C or D? Answer is exact match lah. Okay, so I'm pretty much done for fundamentals. So the only way, and the passing mark is 80%, which is actually quite low. It's not 80%, right? If there's any consolation, let me tell you, it used to be 85%. I'm serious. Before, like maybe up to maybe a few months ago, or 6 months ago, I can't remember how many months ago, it was 85%. And now they lower it, they made 80% for everybody. So you guys should be able to pass it. Just don't sleep tonight lah. I'm just kidding. Okay, just I think you guys conceptually have the idea already. You just have to tighten up the details. Alright? So good luck in your exam tomorrow, and wish you all the best, and I'm sure you guys will pass it. Don't pass the first time around, do it again, alright? It's okay. Good night.